The beautiful Overberg and another glorious sunrise over Hermanus Walker Bay in the lagoon in the distance. It really is quite magnificent. Hermanus to Oak Valley is today's menu. The Absa Cape Epic Stage 3 continues the journey. The first transition day as we move back towards Cape Town, if you like, but of course Oak Valley in the Elgin-Khabo Valley is steeped in Absa Cape Epic history, and the stage will present plenty of challenges and much opportunity for riders to improve, or as the case may be, and it very often is in the Absa Cape Epic, lose time, because that is the nature of today's terrain. Beautiful it is. We've had 2 full days in the jewel of the Overberg in Hermanus, and now it's time to bid farewell to the beautiful ocean as we head inland to the apple orchards and vineyards of Oak Valley and Elgin. So the stage today is a real challenge, 100 kilometers. We'll get to analyzing that in a short while. But let's have a look back at stage number 2, an out and back route to the Stanford Valley, the longest of the week, 116 kilometers it was. And this is how the racing unfolded in the CM.com women's category and in the men's category.
The edition of the Absa Cape Epic is in full swing. Traversing the Western Cape of South Africa, this 8-day stage race attracts the best riders in the world. With prestige like no other, Olympic champions, world champions, national title holders all gun for victory at the Tour de France of mountain biking. The Cape Epic must be ridden in pairs and is open to pros, amateurs, men and women. This year there are 724 teams from 55 nations. To win this event is an accolade like no other, and for the amateurs, just to finish is a reward. This is the race that measures all. Today is stage 2, and it's a glorious loop out of the whale-watching town of Hermanus. At 116 kilometers, it's the longest of this year's Cape Epic. The riders will be treated to a rounded mountain biking experience, from long grinding climbs to hair-raising downhills and technically demanding single tracks. The key factor today will be the Western Cape wind, along with the dust that will come into play on the latter undulating trails. Willia Pirelli, Fabian Rabenstein and Wout Allemann are currently in third after their Stage 1 victory. Defending Absa Cape Epic champions, an all-German pair, Orbea Liet Speed Company of Georg Egger and Lucas Baum, are in second. After yesterday's Stage 1, the leaders' jerseys went to Scott SRAM MTB Racing of Nino Schurter and Andri Frischknecht. The start gun goes at 7 a.m. We see that Egger and Baum are on a mission again today, going straight to the front. Current overall leaders, Schurter and Frischknecht in yellow, will try to manage the race today and monitor every move made. As the lead group hit the 45-kilometer mark, it's the crux of the day, known as skin and bones climb. The 7 top teams have set a blistering pace and are not letting up. They jostle for position into the dual and single track. In yellow, leaders Scott SRAM maintain their position with a close eye on Orbea Liet. At 63 kilometers, it's the second big climb of the day, known as Stairway. At the sharp end of the race, the field is separated by just a few seconds. Scott SRAM MTB Racing, Orbea Liet Speed Company, Willia Pirelli Factory and Toyota Specialized 91 are sticking together like glue, just waiting for a hint of weakness before striking. The backside of Stairway is treacherous, almost 10 kilometers of downhill. Nino Schurter in yellow controls the race and experiences some of the local wildlife. By 80 kilometers, Rabenstein and Allemann fall back to the chase group with Canyon Northwave MTB's Andreas Seewald and Martin Stosek. Schurter and Frischknecht from Scott SRAM MTB Racing and Toyota Specialized 91 with Beers and Blevins are increasing the pace. Orbea Liet Speed Company of Egger and Baum cannot follow and are on the back foot. The German pair are losing important time and are desperately on the chase of the leading group to limit the damage. The race is decided in the last kilometers between the Swiss pair and the South African-American duo. Scott SRAM set the pace and both teams look at each other to fight it out for Stage 2's win. Beers and Blevins take a minute to plan the attack and put it into action. Beers is not the strongest sprinter in the team, so he heads down the road first and leaves his short-track world champion partner Blevins to battle it out with Schurter and Frischknecht. Blevins times his attack to perfection, and Toyota Specialized 91 take the win of Stage 2 with a brilliant tactical final kilometer. Team Scott SRAM MTB finish 15 seconds behind in second. Orbea Liet Speed Company, Egger and Baum secure third place. in 4 hours, 23 minutes and 5 seconds, 2 minutes and 33 seconds behind the winners. Egger and Baum celebrate their third consecutive podium finish, but they lose some important time on the GC. Schurter and Frischnecht finish in second today. Beers and Blevins take the win on stage 2 after winning the prologue, but having a bad day on stage 1. Schurter and Frischnecht managed to extend their overall lead to 3 minutes and 15 seconds over Egger and Baum. They'll again start tomorrow's stage 3 in yellow. The UCI women's teams are on the start line and ready to tackle the longest stage of the race. Currently in third overall, Team Efficient Infinity Insure, Kim Lecourt and Vera Lossa. In second are prologue winners Sofia Gomez Villafan and Katharina Nash of 91 Songo Specialized. And the overall leaders E4.net, Seattle Coffee Co., Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield. Wakefield had a bad crash on stage 1 and has stitches in her left bicep. She'll see how the arm holds up. The top 3 teams on GC dominate the women's race from the very beginning. Wakefield and Lill, Gomez Villafan and Nash, Lecourt and Lossa are all oozing aspiration, awaiting their time to strike. At the first long climb of the day, they all realize it's going to be a game of patience that'll win the day. There are risks aplenty in this rugged Paardenberg region, and the stairway climb and descent is no exception. None of the teams are showing signs of weakness. The action starts to happen with a scent of victory in the air. As they return to Hermanus, it's Lossa who makes an unplanned move. She launches a break down the road in the hope that teammate Lecourt will be able to sprint through the rest of the pack. It sticks, and Efficient Infinity Insure take their first win in the Absa Cape Epic, just 4 seconds behind Gomez Villafan and Nash, and in third the overall leaders, Lill and Wakefield. On the stage podium, in third, E4.net Seattle Coffee Co. Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield. In second, Sofia Gomez Villafan and Katharina Nash of 91 Songo Specialized. And Team Efficient Infinity Insure, Kim Lecourt and Vera Lossa take home their first ever Absa Cape Epic stage win. Still in the overall lead, the South African pair of Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield. They'll start stage 3 in orange.
Another day of demanding, dynamic riding as the Overberg was explored through those untamed rough and raw trails. Absolutely spectacular riding and racing all the way through the day. The last of the finishers crossed the line just after 6 p.m. On that evening. So really tough day. Well, it's lovely to welcome you to stage 3 of the Absa Cape Epic in 2023, the 19th edition of this event. Neil Gardner is alongside me once again, and it's wonderful to have Annika Langvall here on her birthday. Happy birthday. You thought you'd keep it quiet.
Thank you very much. Well, that's, I'm used to that by now. Having been here since 2014, you know, it's becoming routine.
You had to come and have your birthday on the Absa Cape Epic, which is wonderful. So we'll have a celebration today of yourself and your lovely birthday, and of course this wonderful event. Celebrating at the moment in the yellow jerseys are the Scottstram MTB racing pair of Schurter and Frischneck. Didn't put a foot wrong yesterday. 9 hours 25:42 over the 3 days so far. Egger and Baum did put a foot wrong yesterday. They lost 2 minutes and 18 seconds, and they now are trailing by 3:15. Rabenstein and Allemann are just under 5 minutes back. Sievold and Stosek lost time yesterday. Beers and Blevins made up time yesterday. They were down in 8th. They're now up in 5th. And what a race Vincenzo Nibali, a debutant here, is having with Samuele Porro. They are in 7th, just 15 minutes down right now. So the race is on, and there's still plenty, of course, that can happen between now and Val de Vie on Sunday. In the CM.com women's category, well, Amy Wakefield and Candice Lill of E4.net Seattle Coffee Co. Well, they defended their advantage in the most top-class manner yesterday. Wakefield did very little other than just sit behind Lill and nurse her severely injured left bicep, painful as it was, and got through the day. Kim Lecourt and Vera Lossa, well, they topped the podium for the first time in the Absa Cape Epic and had a rock-solid day. But no real change at the top of the list with the 91 Songo Specialized team just 5 minutes and 23 seconds behind Wakefield and Lil. Steinberg and Calderon Martinez, Canada Vas Arabe, well, they slowly but surely getting into this Absa Cape Epic and putting in strong performances every single day. 8 Capital, Stefkofer and Krahulkova, the only other team under an hour behind the leaders. That's how it looks after 3 days of racing at the CM.com women's race here at the Absa Cape Epic. Well, the sunrises are truly spectacular over the Overberg, and they will leave that sunrise behind and head out on this first transition stage. Hermanus to Oak Valley. A familiar start. Once again, they head up a rotary drive, that road climb and down a descent they've already done in this event. Some slightly newer ways to make their way up the Himalaya Valley over Bosman, around the Carvedaskraal section, the contour here, nice flowing trails here. Familiar to some who might well have ridden the Wines to Wales event in these parts. And then the Wildekrans trails are also very synonymous with that event, and some wonderful fun to be had there before the serious work begins. And that comes in the shape of the big climb as they come up onto the Elgin Grabo Valley, the Hohoek in the Cut Pass as it's called. And they'll make those. All this is pretty much climbing. Looming on the right-hand side, Groenlandberg, which they will greet later on in this week. The Toyota Tough section. Jakkals is a lovely technique. Single Paul Kluwer, and those trails are absolutely wonderful. And they'll finish here at Oak Valley, which has been, as I said, a almost perennial stopover for the Absa Cape Epic over the years. This is how the profile looks. So backloaded with climbing, that long climb from Bottrafir up into the Elgin Grabo Valley. So plenty of opportunity late in the day for the teams today. How do you see it unfolding today, Annika? Dynamic racing ahead, I'm sure.
Yeah, we kind of see now that the GC is kind of starting, I wouldn't say to settle, but it's quite clear who the strongest competitors are at the very sharp end of the races, and you can rest assured that the teams will be following each other closely today.
Right, you were down at the start today to catch up with the leading riders before the day began. Let's hear their thoughts ahead of stage 3.
You guys spent quite a lot of time in the chase yesterday. How do you recover after a day like that for today?
Yeah, we're recovering well every day. Yeah, because every day we keep power, we save power, we we are finding every day our pace, and now we are in the top 10, and I think it's a good place for us.
And the warm up is important every morning, even for a long stage.
Yes, moving a little bit the legs after the day before, and a good warm up is.
Enjoy the trails out there today.
Thank you.
Full base, Absa African red jerseys, but you had quite a tough day yesterday. How do you recover after that?
Yeah, yesterday was a tough one, but I think everyone in Epic has that one day where it's your off day. So hopefully that was yesterday for us. But this morning it feels a lot better. But yeah, you only really know like 30 minutes in the stage if you're going well. So I guess we'll get to know very soon. But yeah, I don't think the moment I felt a bit off, we tapped off and just didn't overexert. So I don't think there was too much damage done yesterday.
So that partnership element and communication is obviously key.
Obviously, it's a two-man race, and you need to look after your partner. You're not going anywhere without him. So it's about looking after each other out there.
We'll look forward to seeing you guys fly today.
Cool, okay, thanks.
Chris Blevins, great day yesterday. How was the recovery in the afternoon?
Yeah, not bad. By day 3, you're getting in a bit of a routine, so enjoying camp and feeling as good as as you can. I think your standard for what good feels like dips way low in the Epic, but overall feeling good.
And the profile today, have you had a look? What's the plan? Matt obviously knows these trails super well. What's he been telling you?
Yeah, I think we went down Cat's Pass or whatever last year. So I think I have some sense of where we are and what's in store. But similar to the last couple of days, I think the second half is harder than the first in general. And there's these sneaky parts that, with the sand and everything, really make it hard. So you could see, I think, things just kind of splinter a little bit. People fall off the back, and then there could be some separations.
So are you expecting like some aggressive attacks potentially early on?
Possibly, yeah. I think, every day starts incredibly hard for the first hour, and then we kind of settle in and go at it again at the end. So probably similar to that, but you really never know, and you just got to be prepared, be in good position, and then go for it.
Look forward to seeing how it plays out. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Really good day yesterday. You consolidated the yellow. What's the plan for today?
I feel really strong, and I think we can control a bit the race and see who's fast today, and then maybe follow to make some more time in the GC, or just take it day by day and see what happens.
Are you expecting some aggressive attacks from Speed Company and potentially some of the other riders early on?
Yeah, for sure. Today's stage, there will be some South African teams attacking because it's the same route like Wine to Wales, and they know the whole course. So for sure they will attack, and also Speed Company has a little bit of a deposit, so they need to do something about it, and we'll see what they will show us.
We look forward to seeing what they show everyone and what you guys do. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
I'm here with Vera Losa, and Vera, what a day yesterday. What are the plans for today?
Yeah, I think we'll keep it conservative today. Tomorrow is an important day of the time trial, but let's see how the racing unfolds. It might also be hard out there. It's still a hard course, 100 kilometers, so bring it on.
And where do you see your strengths in comparison to your competitors?
It's difficult. I think our strength is probably that we ride really well as a partner, as a team. And we just enjoy it also, and that's so important to have a good teamwork going.
And what's the atmosphere out there when you're riding with your competitors for so long? Do you plan some attacks, and is it a good vibe out there?
Yesterday we were trying to get ahead on the climbs, but Specialized was blocking us. They clearly didn't want a high pace. So then we couldn't get away, but at the end it worked out for us as well. But obviously we also want to make up some time, and then it's difficult if they don't want to be hard. Every day is a different day, and today is more district road and gravel road, so maybe it's easier to pass then.
Thank you so much and good luck.
Thanks.
I'm here with Sophia, and Sophia, how are the spirits this morning?
Good, we're just having a good time. I think the whole vibe at camp yesterday, the guys took such a good stage win, and Katarina and I hung in there, didn't lose any time on GC. So no, we're good, and it's time to get climbing, I think.
Do you see it maybe even as an advantage to not have the orange jerseys at this point? Does it give a little bit more of a free roll?
Yes and no. I mean, having that leader's jersey kind of lets you race it less aggressively because you get to be a bit more on the defense. Are we at the point that we could start throwing down attacks? I don't think so. I think the last few days at the Epic this year are pretty savage. Even the last day, I was talking with Haley last night saying if we had this last stage last year, I don't know if I would have survived because I was not good last year at the end, So no, it's going to be really interesting, and I think the racing really is just getting started.
Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
Here with Candice Lill. And Candice, how are you feeling today?
Good, ready for another day in orange.
You girls are looking fantastic and managing all the trouble and everything perfectly. How important is this teamwork that you have?
No, absolutely everything. I believe in a race like this, you can win even if you're not actually the strongest team with your teamwork. So, I think Ames and I showed a lot of strength as a team on the first day, and we've taken a lot of confidence from it.
And where do you see your team's strength in comparison to your competitors?
I think we really have each other's backs. I think we're looking out for each other at all times. There's a lot of good communication, and I think we're executing well.
And how do you sense the vibe and the tactics out there when you're riding for so long with your competitors right next to you?
It's a really interesting question. Like yesterday was super interesting and insightful for both of us. Such a long day, and being able to watch as the other two teams played tactics as well. So it's a really interesting position to be in, and hopefully we can make use of it.
Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Here with Amy Wakefield from E-Fort Net Seattle Coffee Company. And Amy, how are you feeling this morning?
I'm fine. No, my arm feels really good this morning. It's actually not sore yet.
You look much better. What are the plans for today?
Today we're going to take it as it comes. Candice and I know this day very well from previous races, and I think we're going to see how we feel, and we might sorry, what did I say earlier? If the opportunity presents itself for us to make a move, we absolutely will. But very grateful. We do have a 5-minute buffer, so we'll see how it plays out.
I'm sensing some ambitions and maybe possible attacks. Am I right?
We'll have to see. Maybe, yeah.
And how special is it to wear the orange leader's jersey? I know you're familiar with the red one, but this is the orange one.
Yeah, no, it's indescribable. For me, it's really exciting and quite a big thing for me in my career, and it's been a big goal for a long time. So,
Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Well, lovely. In good spirit is Amy Wakefield, almost forgetting what she was saying there. It speaks of there's a lot going on, but they seem quite relaxed.
They seem very relaxed, and I think it's mainly due to the fact that they have a solid strategy. At the moment, they're taking a little bit easy, but I can sense, they are up for something this week for sure.
Well, what we did gain from those interviews as well was how long this week is, and we focus on each day. As an early issue for Wessel, Boerter and Frankhoff and Sale of the Imbuco Type Dev second string team, backing up Marco Hubert and Peter du Toit. But Sophia talking about how long the race is and how tough it is at the end of the week. So we're almost seeing sort of a different race will evolve later in the week. Now we're with footage from earlier this morning, and one of the things we must observe straight away is that conditions today are absolutely fantastic. The weather is spot on. They could not have wished for anything better. Again, temperatures probably peaking around the mid 20 degrees centigrade, and no rain and very little wind. So perfect, Neil.
Yeah, great conditions out there, and Absa Cape Epic throws so many different curveballs at the riders. It's not just the untamed trails, the rough terrain. It can be the weather, and of course all of those little obstacles along the way. Sometimes it could be something quite innocuous that scuppers the chances of any of the riders. We've seen a little bit of that, but the overall general classification has been decided by the legs, it seems. Certainly in the men's category, we saw in the women's category a branch sticking out just from almost out of nowhere, caused Amy Wakefield a great injury. But in the men's category, see some fierce racing today. Earlier on, we saw a little bit of a move from the, as usual, the Speed Company racing team, now known as Orbia Liat Speed Company, and they've been aggressive all week. And we're going to be interested to see how that continues. It's really up to the Scott SRAM team, Nino Schurter and Andrew Frischneck, to defend. But we saw some aggressive moves earlier on, in particular on the Bosman climb, shortly before the time check at the 27-kilometer mark. And already a group starting to form, and the race starting to take shape really early in the morning.
Yeah, Andrew Frischneck said earlier that he expected one of the South African teams to get to work today, and there they are, the Absa African jersey wearers, Phil Bass and Alex Miller, putting themselves in that lead group because they do know this trail. Oh, now that is not in the script. Alex Miller, I think, going over there, just perhaps drifting slightly off the course, and then hitting a rock or a stick and finding difficulty. So we go to the start of the women's race. The red jerseys won yesterday. They were absolutely thrilled with that. Vera Lossa and Kim LeCourt. And a lot of tactical day today in this race coming up.
Yeah, today could show a little bit the similar tactics. At the beginning, I'm pretty sure that the top teams will be watching each other quite carefully, and we can see with the team of Efficient Infinity Insure, they have some good road skills, and I'm sure they're going to put that into their favor today.
Robert Williams just slipping out as they went onto the dirt there. No real damage done though. This is up Rotary Drive.
Well, that's just a perfect example of the innocuousness that could really scupper your chances. That was just a little bit of gravel on the road, and it being a bit loose, and with the eyes on the in the group, not always on the trail surface or on the road surface in that case, just sort of slide out, and luckily no damage done, but it could have gotten a lot worse.
Sophia Gomez, Viefan and Katharina Nash getting on the front early on here. Lossa and the Kim LeCourt, but Amy Wakefield, eventually you drew it out of her that there might be an attack later on in the day.
You can just feel that they're so excited about this whole thing, and how this race and the story leading up to it, how it's really unfolding, and they have everything to gain from this and really nothing to lose. So take it day by day, but I sense that they know they are one of the stronger teams out there, and they will show at some point.
Yes, they talked about after yesterday's stage how the 91 Songo Specialized team were fearful of letting them attack. Well, Vera Lossa was talking about that, so they know that they have the firepower, they have the strength, the orange jerseys here, to put them under pressure when the time comes, and that is the key. And of course how Amy Wakefield's getting on with her arm. She said she's feeling fine today, but I think that's also a very brave face she's putting on there. Must be uncomfortable at times, obviously very sore.
Well, she said yesterday that she felt every single bump along the trail, and of course there were many bumps over the 116 kilometers. But today she's certainly in high spirits. She's had a lot more sleep. She only got under 4 hours sleep the night before, having been coming out of surgery late in the evening and having to travel back to the accommodation. And of course today she's no doubt feels very fortunate to have had a full night's sleep, which makes all the difference in the recovery, which is absolutely necessary in an 8-day stage race.
And she was very focused this morning. When I spoke to her, I was actually interrupting her in her very, it seems like she had a very firm and warm-up procedure. and she had to do like this 1 minute effort, and I actually checked wind with her just before she was about to do it, and then I let her catch her breath a little bit, and that's why she was struggling a little bit when I chatted with her, because she was really deep into her warm-up procedure. But I'm quite amazed with her. Imagine like what her body is going through, but also, you know, all the added attention that she's getting around this whole story. She's, I think she has a lot of people approaching her, encouraging her, and that's a lot, having to deal with a lot. And then comes the whole racing on top of that.
Now we are watching live footage of the race on stage 3 of this Absa Cape Epic. And a familiar tail at the front there. Bar one team that hasn't been in this position for much of the race. Scotsram MTB, Albert Liet Speed Company, Toyota Specialized 91, Pyga Eurosteel. Those are the 4 teams in that lead group. And then 50 seconds back, Willia Pirelli, Wout Alleman and Fabian Rabensteiner have leaked a little bit of time this morning. Buff Megamo, well, we've been wondering where they've been, Becking and Diaz.
Well, they had a shocker of a day yesterday, and they're back on the pace today. We really expect to see more of them in the latter half of the week, as we have historically at the Absa Cape Epic. And it's kind of, they're one of those teams that you can never discount. And if they're on a good day, if they're on a flying day, they will have a definite influence on the racing. They are way down on the overall. We shouldn't really count them for a podium, but it's really important for the other teams to keep a close watch on them. But 26 minutes and 43 seconds down on overall GC. They won't be a threat. If they do make an attack, if they manage to regain contact with this front group of 4 teams, and if they make an attack from that group, they won't be as marked as the likes of, for example, if Toyota Specialized 91 made a move. The 4 teams in the group right now: Scotsram, Orbea Liat Speed Company, Toyota Specialized 91, and Pyga Eurosteel, the South Africans, the Absa African jersey wearers, easily identifiable in those beautiful red Chivita jerseys. And having lost a bit of time, let's hope that they haven't had a mechanical Willia Pirelli factory. They're 50 seconds off that group, and yesterday we saw them going into the tech zone and frantically finding a front wheel for Wout Alleman. Fabian Rabensteiner and Wout Alleman working as hard as they could to get back in contention with that front group. Yesterday we saw a stage being decided between the 2 leading teams, and just also another casualty of that front group was Orbea Liat, just with a bit of sand scuppering their chances just before the dramatic and white-hot finale that we saw. But Willia Pirelli factory off the pace this morning by around about 50 seconds. And most notably, Canyon Northwave have been losing time. They, at the time checks, they were up to 1 minute and 45 seconds down off the lead group. But they seem to have closed that gap, most likely working well with Buff Megamo and the Bulls, and also the Bulls Mavericks. The Bulls Heroes and Bulls Maverick, both Bulls teams, Huber and Schneller, Lacata, and his French compatriot Rudel Cortinat, working also with the Cannondale Bass Arabe team.
They're riding alongside the Bort River here as they make their way through the Wildekrans trails of Wildekrans Farm. 1,000 hectares here. They've been making wine there since 1982, and a really beautiful part of the trail, and as I said, familiar from other events like the Wines to Wales in this part of the world. So the likes of Bass and Miller will know this terrain very well. No, a lot of the riders do as well. Over the years, Nino Schurter has ridden that event, but they're riding through the farm here. Beautiful sight as this lead group put time into the chases today. Again, Egger and Baum on the front there, as we've seen them do almost every single day, putting their noses in the wind and deciding that that's where they feel most comfortable.
Well, the teams that have got a lot to gain here are, we've got the yellow jerseys who really, all they have to do is defend today. But the teams with a lot to gain are Toyota Specialized 91 and, of course, Orbea Liat Speed Company, because the big threat to them on general classification, Willia Pirelli Factory and Canyon Northwave. When they can put time, any opportunity to put time into their rivals, they will take it and put pressure on the front. Yellow jerseys can defend, but it's really up to the South African and American pairing to move up on GC. They had a terrible day on stage 1 and turned it around completely yesterday with a stage win, and they have been moving up the leaderboard. They've gone from 8th to 5th, and with Canyon Northwave only about, just having a look at the time, about 1 minute 37 seconds behind Canyon Northwave on overall, and already it's a minute. So we expect to see more pressure on the front from Beers and Blevins.
Apologies, they're actually going through the beautiful Beaumont farm, Jane and Roll Beaumont's farm there initially, now run by Sebastian and Nikki Beaumont. It's beautiful. Again, the trails there, one of the oldest farms in the region. And then they will make their way around the bottom of the little town of Botrophy, which you can see on our graphic. And that red line leads them up alongside the railway line for a long, long time. That has been around for around 120 years. And then they'll make their way up the cut pass. First, a little bit of single track that will take them up to a level, and then they'll join the rough, loose road that is the old Hohook Pass, now known, or originally known as the Cut Pass, and they're called Cut Pass for the sake of this Absa Cape Epic. And this group setting a tidy pace as they make their way up there. There is the chase group now, starting to form behind them. William Pirelli, Buff, Megamo, Canyon Northwave, the Bulls Heroes, and Bulls Mavericks, I think, just hanging in there as well.
Yes, well, we've seen the Bulls team, you could say, all but dominating this race in the previous years, and this year they've not quite been on the very front of affairs. Well, they've always been there and thereabouts, and they will most likely come good towards the end of the race, towards the end of the week. And, today could be the day we start seeing a little bit more of the Zebra Stripe team. Just a little bit about the route today. We're looking at the route profile, and it's definitely a back-loaded profile with a lot of climbing after the 50-kilometer mark. We've already passed that mark. And Gerald, you're talking about Cut Pass, the old pass, and it starts with the Beaumont River Trail, the single-track section. In total, it's about 6.7 kilometers, so a lot of climbing. Average gradient is of around 4%, but there are some steep kickers. And it's almost in two parts, because the first part ends at Hohook at the water point. And then after that, there's more climbing to the top of the Tierkop switchbacks, and then they'll drop down, and very soon they'll be reaching the Yakkels Toyota Tough section.
Oh, up the road they go, another just gas pace. I mean, that, you know, it's something you may have obviously observed if you've been coming back year in and year out, how just in general the pace of this event has increased over the years at the sharp end.
Yeah, it surely has. Yeah, throughout the years, this I feel like this race is getting more and more an attention within the cross-country community, and it inspires more and more riders to come here and actually do the race. And of course, if a lot of strong riders race elbow to elbow, well, the pace will be high.
Yeah, I think we can't ignore the fact that a lot of the cross-country riders, the women cross-country riders, are not coming here at this stage.
Yeah, it's quite unusual. We have very limited of the so-called World Cup cross-country riders here in the ladies category. I think it has to do with, a lot of things. First of all, they now expanded the World Cup season to, I think it's 8 or 9 rounds, so riders will be busy. We're also going into an Olympic cycle, and it might change the plans and the preparations for a lot of the riders, and making it a little bit more difficult to fit in an event like this. Sadly, because it's some good racing we see, when the world's strongest female riders, they show up and battle it out there.
Yeah, we have Laura Stiggensina Fry here winning a couple of years ago, and those are world champions at age group levels who really are at the very peak of their powers, and it's wonderful to see them. From a rider's perspective, you were slightly unusual in that you were specialized in cross country, but also very much a marathon racer. So there are those riders who are very specifically cross country riders who perhaps wouldn't find this suitable, but there are a few who do that double up.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion, and in the past I always I struggled with those labels that we tend to put on each other, because I didn't feel comfortable being put inside a category, a box, like according to what I did, and I just always felt that in the winter I always did like a lot of base miles, like really back-to-back weeks with 25-30 hours of training, and this race here in South Africa, the Absa Cape Epic, at this time of year, just really suited into my plans perfectly. It's a long race, and by this time of the year, you know, my endurance, my shape would be really, really good. So doing this race, not only for the sake of racing and because I enjoyed being here, but it was also a perfect preparation going into the cross-country season. And it could be interesting to have a chat with Nino Schurter about the same thing, because you can see he's going so well at the cross-country scene, but he also manages to come and do this race, and it's certainly not slowing him down at all. I think a lot of the cross-country riders, maybe, you know, their mind is a little bit stuck into some traditional ways of approaching cross-country racing, and actually I think more riders could benefit from doing something, an event like this, but they're just not aware of it, and maybe the people around them are not really, you know, focusing on this as a thing. But it's a fine balance, because you know, it's a very intense week, and it can also drain you a little bit, not only physically but also mentally, because you have to go through so much out there. So yeah, it's a super fine balance, but I'm pretty sure that most riders could benefit from adding something like this into their schedule.
Yeah, we heard Sophia talking. She'd had a chat with Hayley Batten, who she'd won the race with last year, and I heard a chat as we see where the leading CM.com women are. And they are going through towards the Wildekrans area now, and that lead group of 3 teams all together at Wildekrans at the moment, around about 22 k's an hour. They are going nicely, and almost for the first time in well, since before they had the orange jerseys. You've seen Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield on the front there. So a little hint that maybe there's an intent today to try and put a bit of time into the other rivals today.
Definitely, you can see it's a completely change of mindset. The last couple of days, you know, it's more like defending, nursing Amy, not knowing exactly how she would react to the heavy load of a stage like this. And you can see now clearly they're feeling good, and that's why we see them on the front.
Lill and Wakefield, and then Viefan and Nash just behind them, and Lossa and Lecourt. The battle lines are defined there in the women's race. Those 3 teams have been fighting it out. Back with the men's race now, climbing steadily they are on this switchback pass. And Egger and Baum, followed by the yellow jerseys. And then it is Blevins and Beers, and the red jerseys of Base and his partner Miller. And closing the gap, it seems. That second group is starting to make ground on them. Buff Megamo, as well as the Canyon Northwave team as well.
Well, it's a fantastic shot we get there, because you really get a bird's eye view of the race unfolding in front of us. And that gap that initially formed in the early part of the race seems to be being neutralized by the enormous efforts of Willie Pirelli Factory, Canyon Northwave, Buff Megamo, Cannondale Vass Arabe in that group as well, Bulls Heroes, Bulls Mavericks, and the Pedregal 7C Economy team, along with Italian friends with Samuele Poro and none other than Vincenzo Nibali. Vincenzo Nibali had a crash yesterday. He's said to have hurt himself. His ribs are feeling a bit tender this morning, but there's no doubt that he's a tough customer when it comes to stage racing, and no different when it comes to mountain bike stage racing.
He's now a real mountain biker.
There you are again. There again with the labels. I think it's it's more. There's more to the story than that. At the end of the day, most of us we're here because we like riding our bikes, no matter what bike it is, and then for him it's adventure.
Absolutely.
It's the big road teams, the World Tour teams have been dabbling in what they're calling the alternative program, and many people are coming back with the notion that it's not an alternative program, it's a program. Whether or not it's alternative, that's a bad definition. It's actually the whole thing should be called a program. So alternative program, by definition, would be gravel racing, some mountain bike stage racing, and the like. And it's teams that are progressive are encouraging the riders to participate in all different types of events.
Well, the more we see the likes of Mathieu van der Poel and Wout van Aert and Tom Pidcock switch from one discipline to the other within weeks, win a world cyclocross title and then go and win a monument a few weeks later. I mean, the more we see that, I think the more riders perhaps will be looking and saying, well, why not? Why can't we? What's stopping us from dabbling in everything and racing, not just dabbling, racing in everything, committing?
Yeah, that's the traditional racing, and this opened up a completely new scene for more teams to be there. So it's a really good thing for the sport.
So the chase group is starting to close in on that lead group. Willia Pirelli Factory, Buff, Megamo, Becking and Diaz. First time almost we brought them into our conversation this week. Andres Sevalt and Martin Stosek have been there and thereabouts. And the Bulls heroes, well, Urs Huber, a former winner, Simon Schneller, and well, perhaps the Bulls Mavericks just try to hang with that group. That's another superstar, legend of the sport, Alban Lecarte and Axel Rudlil Cortina, his French partner, and Canadel Vas Arabe are in the next group, which includes Porro and Vincenzo Nibali. So, there we go, a little bit of a coming together and reordering. They are closing in. You just look up the trail. It is not too far up the trail there as they cross the railway line.
Yeah, and most importantly, the visual contact is there, and that is the best encouragement you can ever get. They actually feel like they are with the leading men, and I think the gap is going to come down pretty soon.
And they're getting towards the end of this single track section, and they'll get onto the wider road section as they cross the old railway line, which was built back in 1902, and it's well, not functioning any longer, sadly, but still intact. Onto the road they are now. It is not a road that's driven on very often, so there are sections that are pretty washed out from the rains, heavy rains during the winter months here. But an opportunity here, they will certainly have visuals of them here, and an opportunity for that gap to all come together here, to close. Miller just hanging off the back of that group a little bit.
We saw him have a bit of a crash earlier. It didn't look like he'd injured himself too badly, but sometimes that can be a bit of an unsettling feeling. Just puts a bit of a dent in the confidence, and just so aggressive is, again, Orbia Lead Speed Company, not letting off on the front. Nino Schurter was commenting yesterday that he's surprised at how aggressive they are, and perhaps hinting that they're wasting a little bit of energy, but it's just that's the spirit of these two. They just can't help themselves. They just want to put the racing to the others. They do have a tactical advantage here with a bit of a gap to their overall GC threats of Willie Pirelli and Canyon Northway. We saw them on the back, yes, identifiable by those purple jerseys, and Willie Pirelli have all to lose at this point right now, but you can see that the catch is about to be made. The pace is not, maybe we've just seen the speed company guys on the front. Perhaps that gap will grow, but there is visual contact which makes all the difference.
I think you're touching upon a very good point here. It doesn't seem like they're always racing, and like tactically the smartest. I mean, by now it should be, the yellow jerseys who, set the pace. I mean, because here it's really hard to actually get away, and if you're just sitting in the front and doing all the work, well, actually you're just pulling the yellow jerseys with you at the moment.
Well, that was a point that Nino Schurter was making yesterday. He said at some stage yesterday, with Egert Baum on the front hammering away, he said he and Matt Beers were having a conversation behind about all manner of things. And Matt Beers' father is here, and they were chatting about family, and work was being done front there, and you can have a look at them coming up this pass. Quite incredible, isn't it? The old cut pass. You can catch a helicopter. They'll be coming around that corner. But there was a moment yesterday in the race after the Sir Robert Sanford water point, the last water point, in which Andre Frischnet handed a water bottle to the men from to Lucas Baum from Speed Company Racing, and the story was that the Scott Stram team have two sets of bottles at the last water point. One that is for endurance and one is for explosive. They're heading for a sprint finish. And Andre Frischneck, I think, took the one for the sprint finish, the explosive one, which he didn't really want. He took the gel off it and was about to pour out the bottle, and he heard a shout from behind him saying, "Don't throw it away." And Lucas Baum said, "We didn't get our bottles at the last water point." So he asked for it, and Andre apparently sort of looked at the bottle and then said, "Okay," and gave it to him. So that was where that little bottle exchange. Apparently, the Baum-Egger combination with the two fathers at the water point. I think they got a little bit excited when the team came charging through there and didn't manage to hand them the bottles at that last water point. So they managed to get through. I don't know if Nino Schurter was entirely delighted, because if it had come down to a sprint finish, they just handed over their sprinter's bottle to this pair. As it turned out, they did fade a little towards the end of the day, so they lost time. They lost about 2.5 minutes towards the end of the day, this pair.
They got caught in those sand traps.
Yeah.
Those just in that finale section, if you caught the finale, the white hot finale, just as they're approaching Hermanus, some very sandy roads. And if you're not on the front, being able to choose your line, you're dangling off the back like the Orbia Liat team were doing. They got caught out and came together, in fact. And we even saw that happening twice. And the second time, the elastic snapped. They had a bit of a hard time in the last section. We also saw Lucas Baum having to stop to get some foliage out of his drivetrain. Looks like it's a better day for them. But once again, they are in the front, riding super aggressively. They have a lot to gain with keeping that gap to where it is now. We don't have a time check quite yet. We'll be able to see them very soon at around about the 64-kilometer mark, and that is where the water point is. That's the Hohoek water point. We'll get a good idea of what kind of damage the Orbia Liat team, the Orbia Liat Speed Company team, have been doing to their rivals.
It's not a particularly steep ascent, this. So the Riders, as I say, on Wines to Wales, an annual event, 3-day event that starts in Somerset West Lawrenceford and finishes in Hermanus, comes down here one year and then goes up the other year in the switchback event. It's a long climb, but it's certainly not particularly testing gradient. But look at the gap there. It is slowly but surely the group behind are making ground. Buff Megamo, William Pirelli, Canyon Northwave closing that gap steadily. But Baum and Egger on the front of that lead group are keeping that tempo quite high. Beautiful valley it is. The Hohoek Hotel, which will be their next stop, but just at the virtually the top of the pass, is a Texona water point hydration stop. So you'll see the teams pull in there, some of them, and hopefully for Egger and Baum, they will get their bottles this time round. There they are. So still on the front.
Yeah, working really hard at the front here, just really letting all the other teams just follow their pace. And I think because it's not super steep at this point, so they will still provide a little bit of a draft to the other teams in this group.
What's in it for the South African pair, Pyga Eurosteel, Philip Bass and Alex Miller? They're obviously the Absa African jersey wearers. They've got a 7-minute and 20-second lead over the Insect Science team in that category. But perhaps from their perspective, obviously there's a potential of a stage win today, but also they're looking at they're in 8th place at the moment. They're looking at 7th place, the Italian friends Samuele Poro and Vincenzo Nibali. They're trying to make ground on them. They're less than 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes behind them. And then Canyon Northwave, well, they're a long way behind them. So there's some motivation there's plenty of motivation for them to be here and to be in the mix at the sharp end and try and put time into Poro and Nibali, as well as Insect Science. And the third motivation is see if they can snatch a stage win here.
I think we talked about it yesterday, but it's not necessarily hoping the attacks early on, are necessarily in the attempt to keep it, to stay away until the end. It's really just a pressure thing. So if you can put, if you're a team and you have the ability to put pressure on your rivals, cause a gap, it means that the rivals have to chase, and they have to chase at a higher speed just to catch on. And just that kind of pressure can really grind down your rivals. And with an 8-day stage race, it all starts to take its toll. And it all adds up. So any pressure you can put on your rivals, they're going to take that opportunity and grab it with both hands.
It looks like the pace at the front group may have come down a little bit. Speed Company decided to pull away from the front and letting Nino Schurter go to the front. So we'll see whether Nino Schurter will continue the same high pace to make it difficult for any teams from behind to come up and catch them, or he will take it a little bit more easy right now.
Does look as though the gap is closing, so maybe Nino has just tapped it down a fraction, and the chase group are gaining on that lead group.
Well, they'll know, the riders in the lead will know that the chasing group will have had to put maximum effort all the way up to the top of the pass, and just to let them catch them at the top means that the chasing team will have put maximum effort, and they would have gone into the red, perhaps even just to make that catch. And of course that means that the team out front just were able to back off a little bit, have a bit of a rest. And we just saw there is Fabian Ravensteiner seems to have slowed a bit. Something must have happened. We saw riders move sideways, perhaps a bit of another one of those sand traps.
Yeah, or that or the chase group caught them so quickly they almost went into the back, because we saw one of the riders almost going at right angles there, and that perhaps was Ravensteiner or Alleman. But once it's all together now, so that chase group has caught up, and Alex Miller in the red jersey, they're back just trying to stay with it. He's under a bit of pressure here, but immediately they joined them, so Egger and Baum went to the front again as they crossed the tar road. They'll have a nice little section of single track now, and then drop into the Hohook Hotel compound and through that hydration station, which is at 64 kilometers of today's 100 kilometers. Thick foresty section here. Unfortunately not indigenous forest, this section. But lovely trail snaking in there. The single file that is all the way.
And I think for the group that had just caught the leading group right now, the goal must be to try and move up as far into this leading group as possible, especially now going into the single track where overtaking is quite difficult, and they don't want the stronger riders to be all in front of them. They would try to sneak in between some of the strongest teams just to kind of neutralize the race for as long as possible.
And there's a lot of single track coming up, of course, as they go away from the Hohook Hotel up onto the mountainside. A lot of trail coming up, so getting into position, there's going to be a lot of jostling, yes, trying to disrupt the teams, get in between riders, and I think we'll see a lot of that going on here. That just at the top of your screen is the Hohook Hotel.
Very soon we'll be receiving some time checks from the Hohook water point, and very important water point for the teams. We've mentioned it before. That's where they'll get their personal nutrition, their personalized nutrition from the teams. It won't just be a water stop. It'll be they'll have specifically prepared bottles for each of the riders. So it's important not to miss that feed. We will see them stop, which will give the other teams an opportunity. Any trailing teams will have a little bit of an opportunity to catch up, but it'll be a bit more pressure for the trailing teams to get that feed done as quickly as possible.
It's an interesting.
The rest of them move up the road.
Yeah, it's quite interesting now because there's so many riders together right now, and they all have personal bottles, personal nutrition, meaning they will have to. I don't know how many are there now, maybe 20 riders. They will have to all go to the same spot within the tech zone, the feed zone. And I hope we will catch some images of the teams as they go into the feed zone, because it can be carnage sometimes. It's really like you're kind of, climbing your way through riders to get to the table to get your bottles.
And by our estimation, there will be 12 teams at exactly the same point, which means 24 riders.
Yes, there will be staff in the feed zone as well, so it's all about spotting your staff and going to them so you can get your bottles. I remember back in the days we didn't have staff in the tech zone. We would have to go to the table and grab our bottles. That has improved, and it makes it a little bit less chaotic in the feed zone. But still, I expect with this many riders coming in at the same time, you really want to be the team in front.
You see there from the profile where we are along the route, the 64 kilometer mark at the water point, the Hohook water point. And we'll be able to see just...
Well, that is a problem. Frischneck goes down in the chaos, and that is exactly the sort of thing that Annika was talking about. Base picks up a bottle clean, as do the specialized guys. Frischneck back up and quick to get on his bike. And it may have been Schurter.
It was Schurter
yeah,
who fell.
It was. Doesn't see that often. Narrow little bridge and away they go.
Yeah, those tick zones, when there's so many teams together, it's it's really a drama. And it almost looked like, you know, he was caught out by a wheel, so someone was actually crossing in front of him. And yeah, that was what I was trying to explain. You really want to be the team in front to go through nice and clean.
Well, here another look here. And he's got a bottle between his teeth. Yeah, I think, the
so quite interesting.
Team ahead stopped, yeah.
Yeah, Egan Baum, they didn't go straight to their Sonja to get their bottles. They were actually going to the neutral service table. And Nino, of course, did not expect that, because all the teams here, normally, you know, they have a Swanjer at the very end of the feed zone. So Nino thought, okay, yeah, of course you're going to go to your Sonja to get your bottle, but that was not the case.
No doubt we'll hear about it at the end of the stage. There'll be words had clearly from Nino Schurter. But just going through that water point at the 64-kilometer mark, we have only clocked 8 teams coming through there, and the list, they're all pretty much together. Hopefully all of them got out of there. Going in is they're all together, but coming out you can see a little bit of a gap developing. Now relying on that concertina effect, just the slowing down in that corner. The rider at the back hoping to gain access, but a good day for Cannondale Vas Arabe. Fantastic day out for them. We have seen the Italian friends come out of there. At the water point, that's Nibali and Poro, but they are 2 minutes back.
This is with the ladies teams going through the hydration station at 50 kilometers. And at Wildekrans, they've just swept through the Wildekrans hydration, the USN hydration station.
And it seems to be all together for the CM.com women's category with efort.net, Seattle Coffee Company, 91 Songa specialized in efficient infinity insure. The pairing of Lecourt and Lorza, the winners of yesterday's stage. And it's pretty much a similar play out from what we've seen in of yesterday. 3 major contending teams pretty much out there on their own, all evenly matched.
Yeah, with the very important exception that today is actually the orange jerseys that are dictating the pace. We saw them yesterday just sitting at the back the whole time, just waiting, and nursing Amy through, making sure that she didn't go over her limits in order for her to recover as much as possible. But today we really see a very different strategy from efort.net Seattle Coffee Company with Amy Wakefield and Candice Lill. Clearly they are feeling much better, and I expect we could see some interesting moves today.
Well, there's plenty of climbing still to come, and they would have definitely been looking back to stage 1 when they saw weakness. The team of Wakefield and Lill saw weakness in Gomez Villafana and Katrina Nash, and of course Lecourt and Vera Lorza. So they'll hope to extend that overall lead. Going into today's stage, they had a 5-minute and 24-second advantage over 91 Songa Specialized, and 10 minutes and 40 seconds advantage over Kim Lecourt and Vera Lorza. So they will. It's a good lead. The way they could defend, but they've also got a lot to gain from just increasing that buffer.
Yeah, and if they are feeling good today, you know, you should always use those days where you're feeling good to your advantage. And if we could also hear from Amy this morning, they weren't really sure how today was gonna go, but clearly if they were feeling good, they're not gonna hold back at all.
Absolutely, they are certainly riding positively today, and they not that they rode negatively yesterday at all. When you are nursing someone with an injury as bad as Amy's had, they did an absolutely superb job yesterday. Exactly what they would have wanted. They'll drop away from Wildekrans and under the busy into one of the national arteries that runs from Cape Town at the southern end of the country, all the way up to the northern part, to the boundary almost of South Africa with Mozambique. That's how long it runs, all the way up the coastline. They go underneath it, and they're making their way towards Beaumont Farm here, with Wakefield and Lille just opening up a little bit of a gap. And they know the climb's coming. They, you heard Amy talking at the start of the day. They know these trails well. They've both had success in this Wilds to Wilds. Both have won it in the past. They know what's coming. They know exactly how this day pans out. And they're starting to put the 91 Songo Specialized team under a little bit of pressure.
Definitely. We could see that with the pace they set up through this tunnel, it actually forced, I think it was Katarina Nash to just dab her foot a little bit, and it's causing this elastic band effect throughout this group of riders. So yeah, they opened up a little bit of a gap. I don't think it's actually like a serious attack. It was more like, this sustained high pace that causes the other teams to do small mistakes, and every time they do a little mistake, it takes energy and time to catch up again.
What it does do is it does put Lawson and Lecourt under a little bit of pressure as they ride the Beaumont River Trail here. That is Amy Wakefield, Candice Lille on the front, Wakefield second wheel, and then Gomez, Verfan and Nash. And then just a little bit off, it is Vera Lawson and Kim Lecourt just having to put in a little bit of an effort to regain contact with that group.
Certainly under pressure, Lawson and Lecourt, but able to respond, although a little bit slowly, were the pairing of Nash and Villafana. Nash was on the front. She was able to respond. Villafana just a bit of a gap, but Villafana notably able to close it in her time, and very mature decision not to race back and get and close that gap quickly. Seen Carl Platz, the 5-time winner of the men's category, has often been heard saying that there's no need to close a gap super fast. You only have to, any gaps, you only have to close the gap at the very end of the stage.
Before
There's no sense at all in going into the red just to close a gap. So it's all about no sudden moves when it comes to mountain bike stage racing, especially a race like this. As competitive as this, going into the red can really can have impact later on.
I get the sense that today's pace in the women's race is much higher than yesterday. It's a completely different dynamic that we are seeing.
Well, yesterday was the longest stage of the race, and maybe a day of preservation for everyone yesterday. This is where they are then. As I said, the hydration station is that last water drop, if you see at the other side of the N2, and the little token ahead of them is the Bulls Media e-bike being ridden by Isla Stowe, and they're heading towards the Beaumont farm at the moment. Below Botrophy, which is the village in picture there, and then there you see the trail snaking up the valley, as we've seen the men already go there. This is a beautiful trail here, the Beaumont River Trail. Really spectacular mountain bike terrain.
You can see that Candice Lille is very keen to keep the pressure on, and Amy Wakefield following the wheel as closely as is needed. Villafana and Nash is identifiable by the. They've got slightly different bikes, the two Specialized riders. Nash has an orange fork and is easily identifiable from the air, so we can spot the riders. But both able to respond very easily.
Yeah, but I think that Candice Lille and Amy Wakefield, they're doing everything they can to put Sophia and Katarina on the back foot. I'm pretty sure that if the 91 Songo Specialized team with Katarina and Sophia, if they were able to, they would rather be at the front, dictating the pace. But at the moment, they just have to follow the pace set by Candice Lille in this case, who is she's impressing me in every single way in this race. She's clearly on good shape, and she's also, so skilled when it comes to figuring out, okay, what is stage racing about, and keeping her cool head when it's needed.
So back to the men's race right now, and this is that enlarged lead group with the Scotsram MTB team on the front here, but it does look like the various teams have come into play, as you were alluding to, Annika, of different the teams have joined that group have sort of tried to infiltrate the sharp end of it, and for almost the first time we see Egger and Baum a little bit further back. And also the red jerseys have dropped a little bit further back in this group. Canyon Northwave are in this group, and Beers and Blevins are there. So are the luminous green bikes of Canyon Northwave's senior team under Sevart and Martin Stosek. They've got some work to do to pull themselves right into contention here, and today's an opportunity for that.
Definitely. You can see the paces. It looks like it. You know, it's just high and steady. And Vilja Pirelli here with Rabensteiner just mixing himself in between the Scotch Ram team to make sure, you know, that it's more difficult for them to go on the attack and get away.
So sure to have that little bobble at the water stop when Egger and Baum pulled in a little bit earlier than they thought they were going for diesel. He was going for petrol, and he clattered into them. Perhaps a legacy of having a very small support team that the Egger and Baum have, spreading their resources around the different tables. Maybe they didn't have a staff there, and they have them at the last water point. Who knows? But yeah, an interesting tactic.
And this is Jose Diaz that we see in front of us. We've seen Jose Diaz, in fact, won a stage in the Absa Cape Epic. They've had some looks like they put their troubles behind them throughout the early part of the week, and coming right and back in touch with the lead group. That lead group is very stretched out. We saw from the visuals on the helicopter that there's a long line as they head up this this really tricky section. It's a dual track section right now, but you can see from the surface of the trail, very rocky, and it's a natural trail, a natural road that more of a natural trail surface, and does make traction very difficult, especially when climbing at these low speeds.
Yeah, it makes passing very difficult as well. It's not, albeit that it's a relatively wide trail, it's so rough and loose and rocky that there is a specific trail that the riders are riding, and anywhere off that is littered with rocks and stones. So it can be treacherous, as you can see on the left-hand side, top left there. Now, that is an image of where they are now, heading up that trail. And still plenty of climbing to do, as you can see. So this is then they will head into, once they peak out here, they'll go into the Toyota tough section, Jakkels, another rough and untamed section that they'll have to deal with heading back down towards Paul Kluwer.
And you can see the high pace here at the front is really starting to wear riders out, and it's minimizing the front group.
To Buff Megamo on the back. And Stefan Sam on the Bulls Media Air bike is at the very rear of that group. You can see the rider at the very rear of the group is, in fact, Jose Diaz. His partner, Hans Becking, will be up the road a little bit. And also, notably struggling on the day is the Africa jersey wearers of Paga Eurosteel.
Well, Stefan Sam on that Bulls Media e-bike. Let's have a chat with Stefan. What that terrain looks really, really rough, Stefan.
Hey everyone! First of all, happy birthday, Annika. It really is rough, and now it's that's like a tricky situation at the moment. The field just came back together again. Nino is pulling, and it's not a super steep climb, but it's so rough, and you have to keep so much momentum. And you already see, like, the guys that were in the front group early in the race are struggling a bit. African Jersey is falling back, and the elastic here has now snapped.
Yeah, the elastic certainly, as we're seeing the pictures, Stefan, from the helicopter up above, and there's definitely now a big gap there. Fabian Rabensteiner and his partner are up there. So are the Canyon Northwave, Stosek and Sirvolt. Egger and Baum likewise, and of course Specialized and Scott SRAM. So the dynamic is changing all the time in this racing. Stefan, how do you see the rest of it unfolding?
Oh, that's going to be interesting. I know the finish, and it's a super hard ending of this stage. And already here you have to put everything on the ground that you have. It's so much sand, nothing is rolling. And it's a long, hard stage. But I think
fantastic. The pace.
I mean,
We've talked about the pace they're riding at there, Stefan. I mean, just give us an idea of what sort of pace they're riding at. Stefan's busy overtaking, I think. Right, so there is a definite split now. That group merged at the top of the pass, and the steep, sharp incline thereafter has again fractured the group. And even now, as they head down this fast descent, Schurter, you feel, on the front there, has decided to wind it up on that climb, and he's putting them under pressure. Wout Alleman there.
This is difficult terrain. There's really no option for really drafting here. So it's almost like man against man here. So if you're riding at the front and putting on the pressure, well, you're actually forcing everybody else to work just as hard. So smart move to go to the front and just, applying a little bit of pressure, because one by one, it's for sure, that all the other competitors will feel it, and it will really thin out the group here.
You can see the men with the dropper seat posts, and you can see those without, and it is a terrific speed. They're flying down there. Nino Schurter tucked in so low on the front there. He's got André Frischknecht with him. Blevins and Beers, Begger and Baum are there as well. And this race is lighting up now. Fabian Ravenstein and Wout Alleman a little bit further back in that group.
We can just see Ravenstein looking back just to check that his partner, who has been distanced, Wout Alleman, there, we're just coming through into the picture, coming round into that corner, looking to desperately get back on terms with this front group. They know that Nino Schurter is not holding back. Nino Schurter, of course, the greatest of all time, and one of, well, we could arguably say the most skilled rider in the mountain biking world today. And the single track sections is going to put that advantage and really extend it as much as he can, put as much pressure on his rivals as he can, just to keep putting pressure on them and build that buffer, that overall general classification buffer going into the next day.
Yeah, and it's a dangerous move with Nino Schurter and André Frischknecht together at the front, because now the teams behind them, they can't really control anything, and most importantly, they can't really overtake. So Nino and André can really dictate the pace at the front.
And a great move from André Frischknecht to stay in touch. He's been like a shadow and riding. He knows exactly what he has to do, and that's stay on Nino Schurter's wheel and stay as close as he can for exactly this occasion. You've just been talking about that. With when André Frischknecht and Nino Schurter together 1 and 2, they can put maximum pressure down.
Yeah, the word was that they just wanted to, the first couple of days from the Scott SRAM camp, was just to see how André Frischknecht recovered and felt after those first couple of long, hard days riding with Nino. And there were times that he was just lagging a little bit on that first day. Nino brought him back in, and once they felt that he was good and strong, they would start winding up the tempo, and that is exactly what's happening today. I can tell you they went surfing yesterday in Hermanus. The Scott SRAM team went for a swim in the ocean and in the afternoon, so they're pretty relaxed.
Well, it does a lot for the morale to take a bit of time off, clear the head, and then get back to the intensity of this race.
Yeah, and also just for, riders and staff to really, go do something else together in a week like this. It's super intense for the riders, but also for the staff, and sometimes you don't get to talk a lot because as a rider, you're out there all day, and, the mechanics doing something else, and then the afternoon the riders are. So, yeah, it's a good way to just, do something together without it necessarily being race related.
Yeah, distraction from all that's going on here as we're watching this lead team conducted by the men in yellow, Nino Schurter and André Frischknecht, and then the purple, black and blue jerseys of the Orbea Lear team, and Wout Alleman is just hanging there with Fabian Ravenstein. In between them, it is Chris Blevins and Matt Beers. The stage winners from yesterday, and on general classification, well, they've made great grounds yesterday, moving up into 5th place, but they still around a minute and a half behind Canyon, Northwave, Martin Storsek and Andreas Servold, so there's a chance if they can put this little move in their favour, they can put some time into Canyon Northwave. But there's no question about the intent of Scott Stram here. They are winding it up.
And we can see Vilja Pirelli here just all together now with the leading teams. I think it's Vilja Pirelli here at the back.
Yes, it
we
is.
just saw about Elleman. He was he had a little bit of a gap that he had to close, but now he's nicely tucked in between the riders in front of him.
And Ravenstein doing the right thing and just saying, right, I'm behind you. Stay in this group. We'll keep contact with them. Down, snaking down this terrain again. The very terrain that the Absa Cape Epic takes us through, the untamed, the rough, the loose trails that they ride. A lot of these trails don't see bicycle tires from one year to the next, let alone vehicles. So they really are testing terrain, and you have to have your wits about you all the time, particularly on the fast, loose descents. Particularly when you've got the best in the world on the front dictating a ferocious pace at every opportunity. Look at them together now, just switching riders to the front as Frischnecht and sure to do that.
And you can see here almost all the riders are digging into their back pockets to find a gel or a bar, and there's so much trail here, so this is an easier spot to get in some energy. And it's super important to remember to eat also when you're busy navigating trails, because then it's sometimes you forget to actually eat and constantly drink, and that will for sure cost you in the end. So whenever you can, just get in some energy into your body.
And also we talked about the pressure earlier, and just to put a bit of pressure, even if there's a bit of a gap, and even if that gap is closed, and taking a bit of little bit of time to take on a gel, they may lose a couple of seconds to their to the chasing team, but the chasing team will not have a moment to take anything on board. And all of those little nuances, those times that the leading team takes time to take on some nutrition, it all adds up and can play a role later on in the week. It's a long week ahead still to go. We're only on stage 3. We have stage 4, 5, 6, and 7 to go, and the time trial tomorrow, the all-important time trial, will show how the riders' forms shaping up towards the end of the week for a backloaded stage race with some really hard days. We're looking specifically at stage 5 and 6.
Absolutely, the Queen stage comes with a real challenge as they ride from Oak Valley to Lawrenceford. But the gap between Scott Stram MTB Racing and Aubert Elite Speed Company is 3 minutes and 15 seconds on general classification. And it might seem like an enormous gap at this stage where the two teams are together here, but we've seen those gaps evaporate in a matter of crash, a puncture, some mechanical issue. It can happen. So there's no question that Scott Stram, Schurter and Frischnecht are going to keep the pressure on all the time. They've got Dagger and Baum, who are the second place team, on their wheels at the moment. William Factory Pirelli are there as well. They're in third place on GC, 4 minutes 59 behind Scott Stram. And then Toyota Specialized 91, 7:44 down in fifth. So the missing piece in this puzzle from the top 5 on GC is the Canyon Northwave pair of Andreas Sevolt and Martin Stosek. They had made a lot of effort in that second group to join this group right at the top of the cut pass, but the acceleration from Schurter and Frischnecht has seen that group drop back again. Now they're making efforts to rejoin, so they're spending a lot of pennies in trying to close the gaps.
And also just morale. It's not good for the morale to have those gaps open and close, open and close. It takes a lot of mental energy to chase, as well as physical energy. And
we're back with the women's race here now, and it looks like I think it could be Katarina Nash, who is a little bit up the road ahead of... No, sorry, it must be Sophia who's a little bit ahead up the road. And we're here with Katarina Nash, who is... Sorry, Sophia and Katarina are actually together. It must be another rider, one of the men's teams. So, but it looks like you can see here the pace set by the orange leaders jersey is so high that every now and then the small gaps are opening up that Katarina has to work so hard in order to close.
So one of the men's team just allowing the women's, very competitive point in the race, the women's teams to go through here. The top women's teams, Katarina Nash in front of us.
And the narrative playing out as we've been describing with the CM.com women's race is that the orange jerseys are making a move today, just starting to wind up the tempo on this climb up the cut pass, and that looks like Lossa and Lecourt have certainly lost time now, and you do feel that the 91 Songo Specialized team are yo-yoing a little bit every time the acceleration goes up, these little short but sharp inclines.
Yeah, the strategy by E-Fortnet Seattle Coffee Company is definitely working. Just maintain a high pace, not going like on a real attack, but just maintaining that high pace. And it will cost the teams behind them to work really hard, and eventually the elastic will snap.
And this time we see Amy Wakefield on the front driving the pace, and clever move by the pairing, put Amy Wakefield on the front to ride her pace, and on the flatter sections that Candice Lill set the pace. Perhaps arguably the more powerful rider on the flats, just absolutely measuring the effort, sharing the load as they put just pile on the pressure onto the 91 Songo Specialized team.
They look so in sync here at the front, whereas you can see with the 91 Songo Specialized, there's a little bit more, like a gap here and there opening up, and those things cost so much energy. And I wouldn't be surprised to see, the elastic band snap between these two teams. Yeah, maybe actually even soon.
You sense that Candice and Amy are aware of this, and now they are going to just try and open the taps a little bit on the pass, as we've said earlier. Not a particularly steep pass, but Candice is a very strong rider on the flats, and look at that gap already.
Well, that gap is it's tantalizingly close, but the amount of energy that Katarina Nash has to put out to close it just starts wearing them down. But back down the trail, we have Kim Lecourt leading Vera Lorza through the single track, and the Absa Africa jersey wearers, they're not leaders in that category. That belongs to Wakefield and Lill, but the jersey on loan so that the fans can see the multicolored jerseys out there on the trails is theirs to wear for the day. And looks like it's not under threat, but they will be getting to that open section very soon.
And you can see almost a little bit of desperation here from the 91 Songo Specialized team. They have to work so hard to constantly close the gap, and they're just trying to hang in there and stay with Candice and Amy as long as possible. But I have a feeling it's not going to last all the way to the finish line, because Candice here at the front and Amy, they are riding so well. Clearly, Amy is feeling much better, but most importantly, they actually, it just seems like they are so in sync. They know exactly when Amy or Candice has to be at the front just to maximize the teamwork as much as possible.
Well, we'll bring you that action as soon as we have our signal clean again. Unfortunately, it does fluctuate, and so we'll pick our pictures back up with the men's race now. And this looks like it is the chase group, I think it is. And the lead group is further up the road there. I did catch a glimpse of the red jerseys, easy to pick out on this terrain. But the men's group, it was 4 teams in there, 4 of the top 5 on general classification. The notable absentees being Canyon, Northwave, MTB, Seewald and Stosek. Yes, this is the chase group. And they cannot afford to lose too much time, Canyon, Northwave, because a minute and a half are the Beers and Blevins combination behind them. So if they make up that time, they could be moving into 4th place. Remember, Toyota Specialized 91 were down in the 8th place at the start of yesterday's stage, but put in a superb ride yesterday, won the stage, and clawed their way back to the 5th place position overall. This is the lead group, and it is, as it was, Scott Stram on the front with Nino Schurter and Andre Frischnecht.
We saw yesterday Nina Schurter doing rather a lot of work at the front, and even the other riders remarked upon it. And it stood them in good stead. It cemented their overall lead. It put the Orbea Liat Speed Company team under big pressure, especially near the end. But they did have one team left with them in the finale, and that was the team of Beers and Blevins, Toyota Specialized 91. So when it came down to that sprint finish, Nino Schurter just, it looked like he just, either he wasn't as motivated to sprint and let them go, or he was perhaps a rare sight, but a bit of a spent force just towards the end of that stage.
Well, it's quite normal. He took such a big turn at the front to keep the pace high, and clearly going way into his red zone, and allowing for some of the riders on his wheels to just recover a little bit. So it's not a sign of weakness. It's more like a natural physical, happening of your body.
And it did, of course, his efforts did allow Christopher Blevins to take a bit of a restful time behind in his draft, in Nino Schurter's draft. And Christopher Blevins made that final decisive move, just putting the attack on Nino Schurter, and to take the race win with Matt Beers up the road just before they entered the finishing chute.
Yeah, the timing of Chris's attack was just absolutely perfect, and that's those small things that we don't see when we just watch them from the air. But I'm pretty sure that Chris, being there right next to Nino, could feel and just how on the limit he was, how hard he has worked, and he knew exactly when to place his attack.
They're heading towards the Toyota Tough section, which will take them down into the beautiful Paul Kluwer estate and the wonderful trails that awaits them there. But the Toyota Tough section, rough, loose and rugged as ever on the Absa Cape Epic each day. That section does test the riders to the very limit. Here they are then, Schurter absolutely hammering it on the front. Yeah, Blevins did win a World Cup at Snowshoe. He is a world short track champion, so that little burst of speed that he has came to the fore yesterday. He's spoken about the wonder of winning a World Cup with Nino Schurter in it. He still, perhaps even now, coming to terms with it, the way he was able to win that. But he has that burst of speed. He has that power. Schurter, Frischnecht, Eger and Baum, and then Ravensteiner, Blevins, Beers, and Bart Allemann, and a stop now for the Eger and Baum combination. This is a real problem, a serious issue now, a puncture it seems, and they are going to lose time. Out comes the CO2 bomb. Meanwhile, that race is going away.
Even looked like he didn't have to plug it. I think it must have been some sort of slow leak at the sealant within his tire was able to actually close it. That's what he's checking right now, whether it's actually closed or not. But he didn't plug it, he only had to apply air. So yes, it was a flat tire, but it's not a drastic one.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to let the sealant do its work. And just back to now to the chasing group, they'll hopefully get a chance to rely on some cooperation in that chase group.
So big moment in the day's stage today. The Orbea Liat Speed Company team disconnected from this main leading group, now down to 3 teams. William Pirelli Factory, Toyota Specialized at 91, as well as the Scotsram overall leaders. Second place they are Orbea Liat Speed Factory. A puncture, they're now in the chase group, and they will, as Neil suggested, try and lean on the pace, goodwill and strength of the riders in that group to try and drag them back here. But you can bet that Nino Schurter is not going to hold back one moment here. He is going to absolutely hammer it. That's why he's one of the most successful cyclists across the board. He loves winning, he knows how to win, and he senses the opportunities and snatches them and makes them count.
We see Matt Beers in the back of this little group here, the select group, the front group of 3 teams wearing his national championships jersey of the marathon discipline. And Nino Schurter, 10 times world cross-country champion, greatest of all time as they refer to him, with Andrew Frischnecht, a worthy partner, certainly up until now, his absolute shadow, and doing exactly what he needs to do to put as much pressure on their rivals as possible. Again, it's all about pressure, and Nino Schurter knows exactly when to apply it, and the time is now for sure. With possibly their biggest threat in terms of aggressiveness, the Orbea Lead Speed Company team. They've been aggressive all day, and perhaps just picked up a small leak in their rear tire. The Speed Company team will want to get that changed as soon as possible. As soon as they get to the tech zone, they will reach the tech zone after the Yakkels Toyota tough section, and that is at the 84-kilometer mark. They'll reach that tech zone. There is still a bit of a climb to go after they've gone down through the tough section, so quite a long way to go on a compromised tire.
But that will give them time to actually feel whether the tire has sealed or not. If they get to the tech zone and the tire has sealed, and he's sensing, okay, it's actually not losing any more air, I don't expect them to go into the feed zone. That will cost them even more time. So if the tire is fine and he can sense, okay, it has sealed, they'll just continue.
Just a moment there where Blevins and Beers had to work a little hard to get back onto the back of this group. I'll tell you what, Rabensteiner is looking in some good shape here, sitting on the wheel of Andrew Frischnecht and alternately Nino Schurter. So the William Pirelli factory team are right back in this after losing out on joining that lead group initially. Perhaps there was an intention behind that. They knew what lay in store. But out of the saddle and the power up the climb here. Look at Wout Alleman. He's going to go alongside and try and get in the mix at the sharp end. He doesn't want to be left behind by the Scott Stram train. The Schurter looks back and assesses the damage, and he sees that Alleman's going to drop between the two because he's now mitigated against a potential breakaway by the Scott Stram team, and Beers also just alert to this as well.
We've seen Alleman struggling a little bit on the back. He might have had a bad moment, but a good tactical move by Alleman to position himself between the two team members. And not necessarily a showing of strength that he goes near the front. It's more of a tactical maneuver, perhaps.
Sharp left-hander into the single track. And they are dropping into the Toyota tough section, I think, right now, which is Yakkels. So that's also a factor of why perhaps the riders were getting trying to shuffle around and get into position, and Alleman trying to get behind Nino Schurter. It's not a bad wheel to go down this behind.
No, but Schurter and Andre, they didn't look too worried about the fact that they that he was squeezing in between them. So. But for Scott Stram, their closest rivals are the Speed Company Racing, and they have now dropped back a little bit, so they don't necessarily have to ride as aggressively right now. I think they feel that they're perfectly fine with the speed as it is. They'll just continue to apply this high, constant pressure.
Now this section is, the surface is quite good, but there is some sand along some of these sections, and the riders will need to work to really look closely for those sandy sections, and the skills will be tested at speed. It's not a terribly technical trail if you were to ride it at your own pace, but at speed it's a different story. It's about a kilometer long section, and it does get quite steep. The downhill sections can be -14%. It's a well-established trail, purpose-built single track. There's one or two berms that they'll be to take, and through the fast and flowing sections you'll see them here. Most likely a bit of enjoyment for the true mountain bikers, just reveling in these trails here.
Absolutely sensational trails. Yeah, Schurter making every opportunity count. Look at him out the saddle when he has to pedal, sweeping around the berms smoothly. Alleman on his wheel, then Frischnecht and Blevins, I think it is. Oh no, Rabensteiner, and then Blevins and Beers.
So at this point in the race, they're around about 76 kilometers in on the 100-kilometer stage, and as they reach the bottom of this beautiful section, it'll be the 80-kilometer mark, and then a short climb up to the Paul Kluwer water point at 84 kilometers, and we'll be able to get a time check on the chasing teams of Orbea Lead Speed Company, and the other team that we've seen sliding down the virtual GC at the moment, the so to speak virtual. If the race were to stop now, the riders losing the most would be Canyon Northwave. and the Orbea Liet Speed Company, who lost touch with the group after just having to attend to that slow leak in their tyre.
Yeah, I mean, that's the motivation for Ravensteiner and Alaman is to potentially try and get into second place here, because Orbea Liet Speed Company are the team. They're 3:15 behind Scott SRAM, and just about a minute and a half behind Orbea Liet Speed Company is William Factory Pirelli.
Well, Nino Schurter is taking those corners super fast, and of course that leaves a bit of a gap with that elastic concertina effect that we've been speaking about. With the Matt Beers should have no problem closing that gap, but it's just a matter of just a bit of, you can see how much pressure Nino Schurter is putting on at the moment.
Now we are moving to the women's race. The CM.com women's race. They've just gone through the water point at the Hohook Hotel, and the leading 4 riders are all together. The overall leaders being E4.net, Seattle Company, Amy Wakefield and Candice Lill. They're sandwiched between Sophia Gomez-Villafañe and Katharina Nash.
Looks like some good cooperation between these teams. They are gaining some time on their rivals. The rivals on general classification, 10 minutes and 40 seconds down, Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt. And perhaps it's a bit of a tactical, they'll be making a tactical decision now whether to cooperate and work together, or if the orange jerseys want to put more pressure on the 91 Songo Specialized team. Time will tell.
Time will tell, but I'm pretty sure that whatever team feels good here, they will try to apply pressure. I mean, they must apply pressure, and especially for the 91 Songo Specialized team here. They are quite a bit down on GC, and every day that passes by where they don't gain back time on the orange jerseys, it gets more and more difficult. So yeah, if they can, they must try and apply pressure.
A bit of jostling for position there. Sophia Villafañe wanting to take the lead at the front. I think that's, having said that, that's Katharina Nash on the front right now.
I think so too. But yeah, just as I was about to say that it looked like the 91 Songo Specialized was really on the limit. They're back together, and it looks like they can control the race a little bit again.
Well, there come Miguel Gega and Lucas Baum. They've got away from the chase group. I think they are ahead of them and chasing for all their worth, which is pretty much how they ride all the time. But now they're having to do it with the motivation of trying to close this gap. And look at Schurter. He's just flying down these trails. Absolutely incredible. Wonderful sight, the world's best. And a whole clutch of those who are not too far behind him, enjoying these trails. There are the chasers.
Chasers of Orbea Liet Speed Company. Just a bit of tyre issues. They will be going absolutely full gas. They are desperate to regain contact. They know how important it is to be in that front group. Just the momentum of it and the speed that's been driven by Nino Schurter can put time on their rivals, Canyon Northwave. They've got the third spot on overall general classification, or this second spot rather on overall general classification is just they're at 3:15, and William Pirelli Factory, who are up the road at almost 5 minutes back from the Scott SRAM team. So that's a bit of a difficult situation for them, because they know that William Pirelli Factory are disappearing up the trails.
But it actually looks like the Speed Company Racing is closing the gap a little bit. But
it'd be good to get a visual of that gap.
Yeah, but the thing is, it also looks like they're riding on their limit, like they're going full gas. So if they were to catch up with the leaders, they would be, having they would have a massive physical deficit.
Yeah, Gail Geiger goes to the front after Lucas Baum had drilled it down onto this flat section. They're right on the limit here. The Orbea Liet Speed Company racing team, the defending champions. They thrilled us a year ago with their approach, a similar approach, but they were leading for most of that last day in that sort of fashion. Now they're having to chase and try and catch that group. There they are at the top. They'll hook her right up here and then try and chase for all they're worth up this drag of a climb.
Well, they've got quite a drag to go. Yes, quite a drag to go up to that Paul Kluber water point. it's there are open roads, so they'll have a chance to just put down as much power as they can. But of course, that's exactly what Nino Schurter and Andrei Frischkinek are aiming to do as well, along with Matt Beers and Christopher Blevins.
Well, the tyre looks as though it's holding up. So that's a good sign for the Germans. Rabensteiner puts his nose into the wind here.
Well, Rabensteiner and his partner Allemann have got a lot to gain from this, because they've got one spot on overall general classification to gain from keeping this gap between them and Orbea Liat.
And of course, Beers and Blevins just also have, with that disaster they had on stage 1, they are absolutely holding nothing back. They will take what they can get from anyone at this stage.
And being the lead group obviously gives you the confidence, and also bearing in mind that the Canyon Northwave team, we've hardly seen them at all. We saw them just about making the catch on the climb up to Hohook, but again have lost touch with the chasing group, with the leaders rather.
Well, drama aplenty every day on the Absa Cape Epic. It's fantastic to watch. They're on Paul Kluwer now, a farm that's been in the Kluwer generational family for 120 years, and Dr. Paul Kluwer has created some amazing trails and a wonderful farm here in this Elgin-Grabo Valley.
The gap looks big when we see just the wide distance between them, but this is a very fast section. So in terms of seconds, we'll get an idea at the 84-kilometer mark what that gap is, but it's not coming down as fast as Orbea Liat would like.
No, and now we're getting to a crucial point, because I don't think that any of these riders in the league group will take on any nutrition, any bottles, anything going through the last feed zone. Maybe one of them will grab a cup of water or Coke or something. And we saw Speed Company Racing at the last water point. They had to grab some cups of water or something to drink. So if they're planning on grabbing, taking on nutrition or something here at the last feed zone, you know,
can cost them.
Yeah, that will can cost them even more time. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when they pass through the feed zone here.
Well, Willia Pirelli are doing the work on the frontier with much to gain from the misfortunes of the Orbea Liat Speed Company team, and Fabian Rabensteiner, the European champion, former Italian champion. On the frontier, Wout Allemann, the former Belgian champion, is there, and Chris Blevins is coming to the fore as well. So the two teams are collaborating to try and put as much time into the chases as possible, and almost for the first time we're seeing the yellow jerseys just sit back and let, well, it's the first time since Egger and Baum weren't in this group, sit back and let the other teams do the work.
Yeah, it seems like good cohesion between the group. We haven't seen Matt Beers, the powerful figure, the South African marathon champion, at the front that much. Perhaps he's saving his efforts for later, knowing what's still to come. It's an undulating time. It'll be an undulating route after the even after the Paul Kluwer section. A very jagged profile as they head into Oak Valley.
Well, look at the effort these two are putting in. They're not, there it is. It's very, very, very close. And it is going to be, Beers is looking over his shoulder. He knows they're going to come and join them very quickly. And the question is how much energy, how much have they expended in closing that gap to Egger and Baum? So
clearly a lot.
Yeah,
they look like they're racing on the limit.
Left?
So they might be able to catch up with the front group right ahead of them. But the thing is, they're not riding at full speed. They have something extra in the tank, and it will only take one climb where they maybe increase or the pace a little bit, and then we could see Speed Company Racing dropping off again.
It's just playing so comfortably into the hands of Scott Schramm here, because with their closest rivals on GC chasing so hard, Schurter and Frischnet have allowed the other teams to do the work, and they can sit back and not do so much work. And if they do rejoin them, their closest rivals, they wind it up again. They've got slightly fresher legs, and they put them under pressure again. And exactly as you say, they'll be spat out the back, potentially. We'll wait and see, but it's all unfolding here. Yes, they won it last year in extraordinary fashion, but in Absa Cape Epic terms, they're still very new. And albeit that they won it, they still, they say it takes many years to learn how to race and ride this event. And every year it changes, and every year you have different misfortunes and how to cope with those. And this year hasn't been smooth sailing for Egger and Baum as it was perhaps last year. So they are learning, and the gap is closing. But, they are remarkable in how close they are to each other all the time, just sitting wheel to wheel. Lucas Baum on the front now, Georg Egger on his wheel, and in a matter of seconds they will be rejoining that lead group after the misfortune of a slope leak that to stop and reinflate. And Georg Egger and Lucas Baum are back in the lead group.
What a relief for the German pairing. And they not happy with going just dangling and just jumping on the back. They want to go right to as close to the front as they can, almost to announce their presence, that they're back and they're there. And perhaps a psychological move and also tactical, just to stay in the right position before the next single track section,
which is now flying down this beautiful terrain. And I was just about to say, Wout Alleman was on the front there with Nino Schurter behind him, and it didn't look as though it was the right pecking order. And a moment later, Alleman just slid a little bit off the trail, and so the other riders, 4 or 5, swept through. 4 of them swept past him. So you can bet Schurter will now reignite the afterburners and just wind it up again to see if he can see off Egger and Baum, or put them under more pressure after their efforts to rejoin the group.
But very smart move here by the Speed Company Racing. They know that they had to burn so many matches to get back in this group, and now we'll enter a section where overtaking is a little bit more difficult. So the further up the ranks in this group they can be, the better, because then they can be part of dictating the pace.
Beers has been on the back of this group for some time, this big South African, and he's dangling just a little bit off the back here.
Yeah, it does look like he's starting to feel the pace a little bit now. But it could also just be him riding his, a comfortable speed, knowing that there will be sections where he can easily close an eventual gap if it were to come.
If anyone knows this trail, it is this man, probably better than any in this group, having ridden the Wines to Wales many times, having won it a couple of times. He knows exactly what these trails are about. Having said that, I mean, every year changes. Sometimes there are little sections that are included and that are not included, but he knows it well enough. Sitting right on Frischnick's wheel now. Both are meaty e-bikes sitting here. The group's been yo-yoing to and fro. That both sitting there. Thomas Ditch and Stefan Sam keeping a watchful eye. Stefan is on the closest to the lead group there, and Thomas just behind him. Stefan, the dynamics changing all the time in the race up front there.
All the time. Now that Speed Company is back, they're putting again pressure. But I think it's Nino in the front, and he doesn't know that Andre is suffering in the back, sitting behind Matt Pierce. Matt is also not having the best day, but I guess now it's rolling everything together for the feed zone, and everybody taking a breath and restart the race. Pretty all open cards now.
Here comes the feed zone. Pretty chaotic, the last feed zone. Let's see what the Speed Company men do here. No one seems to have taken on nutrition there, huh?
No, but we need to take some new juice, swap the batteries, and then we're trying to catch up again. The speed is unbelievable. Unbelievable. The moment something happens, someone finds a match and burns it directly. Okay.
Thanks, Stefan. I know you don't need refueling. It's just your bike that needs refueling. You could have stayed with them. We know that. Here we go. Lucas Baum and Georg Egger. Guess what? They've gone to the front.
Again, a good tactical move by the German pairing, just to not just to announce their presence, but to show the others that they still have the legs, and perhaps a bit of a show of strength to discourage any further attacks.
And I'm pretty sure that Speed Company Racing would have sensed the fatigue of Andre Frischknecht and Matt Beers, that they are not having the best day. So, and this is a team's race. You need to have both team members to cross the finish line. So Speed Company Racing knows, okay, actually both Scott Schramm and Toyota 91 Specialized, they have a weak link today. So we need to continue to apply pressure. We need to continue to be aggressive.
We saw Wout Alleman was struggling on the back a little bit earlier, and every rider at any point in the stage can have a bad time, a bad moment. It's about getting through that and staying in touch with that group, and Alleman seems to be back on track. We will be watching very closely to see his partner, Ravensteiner, who in fact we saw in stage 1, Ravensteiner had a few bad moments of his own. So it's all about how you get through those bad times, how you manage those difficult situations. That's the important thing. And we see Andre Frischknecht moving back to the front. He's just dropping a little bit, allowing Frischknecht to get back on Nino Schurter's wheel, staying in touch with two Swiss riders, keeping to the plan of keeping as close together as they possibly can. But the Orbia Liet rider just making sure that that doesn't happen. Again, perhaps a bit of a tactical move.
Well, it's unfolding very, very interestingly here with Orbia Liet Speed Company, William Pirelli Factory, Toyota Specialized 91 and Scottstram MTB Racing in this lead group. Cannondale Vas Arabe, what a day they having. Roberto Bomata and Miguel Munoz Moreno, the Spaniards, 115 back in 5th place. Buff Megamo, Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, 206 back, and the Piger Eurosteel, the early aggressors, Philip Bass and Alex Miller in the red jerseys. They are in 7th place together with Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. But the flare going up in the sky today is Cannondale Vas Arabe, because they really are having their best day by a country mile.
By a long way, and we did expect the marathon specialist to come right towards the end of the week, and at 1:15 off this fast charging group is an impressive performance. They are on their own. Buff Megamo hot in pursuit, around about 50 seconds down or so, but Cannondale Vas Arabe went into today's stage at 12th position on overall general classification, 26 minutes 21 seconds down, and they'll be shooting up that leaderboard as if they keep this up.
Well, we're now with the CM.com women's race, and it is clear that the 91 Songo Specialized team are trying to just manage the pace here and ensure that Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield are kept reined in for the time being. But there's no question that the orange jerseys are in a good shape today and in control of this race.
Yeah, I expect them to kind of step up day by day from here on. The more time that passes, the more time Amy Wakefield has to recover from her wounds, the massive injury to her body. So, but today was a good sign that everything is moving into the right direction. And right now, it's actually Katarina Nash that is dictating the pace at the front. I'm pretty sure that Sophia has let Katarina go to the front in order for Katarina to set the pace, because I have a feeling that Katarina is the one rider within that pairing that is most often on the limit. We just get a glimpse here of the terrain and how sandy and loose it really is, and it's a great advantage to be closer to the front, because then you don't have to be caught behind, a rider in front of you sliding out.
And to keep a bit of distance between you and the rider ahead of you in these sort of circumstances, as these women are doing right now. So these are the leading two teams. Efficient Infinity and Sure, we can tell you, when they went through the water point at Hohook Hotel, Kim Lecourt and Vera Losa 2 minutes and 46 seconds behind. So that climb and acceleration up the pass has seen to their efforts today. And then Cannondale Vas Arabe, well, the women's team, Greta Steinberg and Monica Juliana Calderon Martinez from Colombia in 4th place, 12:26 down. And then Valley Electrical, best performance and 8 capital. Stefkova and Kralhulkova having a really tough day today. They are lying 17 minutes down.
But look at this now in the women's race. It looked like Katarina Nash, she was just flying down those sandy descents. And actually now a little bit of a gap has opened up to Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield. The question is if they will be able to close that gap, and also if Sophia and Katarina if they have sensed that they were able to open up a gap. So, but it could come back together here again on these trails. But actually now the table has turned a little bit. It's now the orange jerseys that are put a little bit under pressure by 91 Songo Specialized here.
Well, the vacillations of this race, these marathon stages, these long efforts that riders are putting in, the effort to put in the day before and the day before that, how is that going to play out today? And whether you put in an effort early on, we saw Lill and Wakefield for a brief moment starting to put a bit of pressure on earlier on in the stage, and maybe that's starting to come back to haunt them a little bit. It's fascinating how these stages play out. There's so much happening, and this is the front of our men's race now, the UCI men's race, and we were wondering where he has been, and Matt Beers has put himself on the front of this group. Ravensteiner behind him, then it's Egger and Baum, and then the yellow jerseys. And Blevins and Bart Alleman at the back of the group.
So in terms of the overall general classification, we have almost all of the major contending teams except for one notable absentee, and that is Canyon Northwave. Andreas Seewald, Martin Stozek they're having a terrible day out. We've already had 13 teams passing the Hohook water point at 84 kilometers, but no sign yet of Canyon Northwave, and already 7 minutes have elapsed, and still they haven't come through that time check. So they'll be dropping out of that leaderboard. In fact, we've just seen Keegan Swenson and Lachlan Morton pass through there. And yes, Andreas Seewald and Martin Stozek have gone through the water point 8 minutes and 13 seconds down. And they don't. Yes, they do have, in fact, they have their Canyon Northwave teammates, Vakoc and Stutzman, for company. They will no doubt be able to help them through this difficult day. Didn't have the greatest day yesterday, and it seems to have got worse for the German and the Czech rider.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to know what happened there. The fact that they've come through together there may hint at they may have had a mechanical or an issue and required the services of Vakoc and Stutzman. One of the few top teams that have a support or second team riding right up close to them, because they've come through so close together. But yeah, that's a huge deficit now. 8 minutes and 13 seconds, and they have another 16 kilometers to go on this day, and there's no question that benefiting from that, well, a whole swathe of teams, including Toyota Specialized 91, Italian friends, Paga, Eurosteel, all of them will benefit from that. Other steep ascent here on Paul Kluwer, and it's Egger and Baum again in familiar position. Ravensteiner, Schurter, as well as Ravensteiner's partner just behind him, Frischneck, Beers, and then Blevins. The pace is relentless. You heard Stefan talking about it. They're quite phenomenal, the pace that they're putting down today.
Well, it seems that just as Nino Schurter lets off, there's the purple jersey of Orbia Liat Speed Company on the front. And we also saw the likes of Alleman and Fabian Ravensteiner taking a turn. Not so much of a sign from Matthew Beers. Chris Blevins has shown his put his nose into the wind as well. And, Andrew Frischknecht riding, doing exactly what he needs to do, being staying close to Nino Schurter, almost staying on his wheel the entire stage wherever he can. And we have seen the slight sign of weakness. He did jump on the back of Matt Beers, and there was a bit of a distance on one of the tough sections when the power went down. But they seem to be quite comfortable in that group right now.
Yes, I think this is a little bit a moment of calm before the storm. Surely teams will be thinking about how how this finale should be ridden. We just caught a little glimpse of Nino Schurter and Andre Frischknecht having a little bit of a chat on the wheels of Speed Company Racing. So surely they are starting to make plans on on how this should unfold, because a stage win is always prestigious in this race.
And it's quite a sort of fast-flowing downhill finish, so there's not too many opportunities to attack and get away climb-wise. So there's going to be a potential for and a lot of single track as well. So scrambling for trails and getting into the single track first. There's half an opportunity it might be in those trails, and you know who is the best in those of this bunch. I think he's right at the front there, Nino Schurter.
Well, we've seen a time check at the 84-kilometer mark, and they're all approaching the time check at the 90-kilometer mark with over 10 Ks to go still, but around about 20 or so minutes estimated time of arrival, and that's the estimated time of arrival. We don't have an exact time. We'll need to check on what their average speed is at the moment to see how on schedule they are, but they will be hitting that time check at the 90-kilometer mark pretty soon.
He's quite phenomenal, isn't he, Nino Schurter? As soon as the road goes down, there's a little bit of technical. He just bullets off the front and puts a bit of space between he and whoever's behind him. Sometimes it is partner, whoever it might be, but he is quite sensational when showing off his descending skills, his technical skills.
True. In this moment here, actually, I think it was Andre who was just sliding off the front a little bit. So both very skilled riders, and in fact, all of them in this group really are.
Alleman sitting just behind his partner Rabensteiner here. Beautiful day for riding bikes today. There's no question about that. These riders will they'll get home comfortably, but the bulk of the field will spend many more hours than them out there, and they couldn't have wished for better conditions.
No, and Speed Company Racing here just continuing to really ride aggressively and apply power. I'm quite impressed with how they had to dig so deep to catch back to the leaders, and they were not sitting up and resting much. They just went straight to the front and continued to do what they do best, and that is ride aggressively. Well, the question is if the other teams here are riding a little bit more clever tactically and kind of saving their matches for that one big attack at the right moment. It's going to be very interesting to see how it unfolds.
Closing in, we just saw a mark a short while ago saying 12 kilometers to go. They're rapidly approaching the 10 kilometer to go mark. There's lots of fast descending trails to deal with for these riders, so little opportunity to get away. But if at this speed and nearing the end of the race with the stakes that are high, the risk of just overcooking is there as well. You don't want to make a mistake here. As I said, the skill level of these riders is just phenomenal. Twisting into a sharp right-hander. Now the group behind, well, when last we checked the group behind in this race, we did know that Canon Northwave had lost an enormous amount of time. But are they making any ground? The next group behind this is that Canada Vas Arabe team, and they are having a phenomenal day today, having been pretty anonymous, to be honest, for much of the race, but they've really put themselves in the frame today, and they will benefit from the travails that the Canon Northwave team have had, that's for sure.
They'll certainly move up the leaderboard a few places, and Buff, Megamos, Hans Becking and Nose Diaz, stage winners at the Absa Cape Epic. They are just over 2 minutes back, riding collaborating with Paga Eurosteel probably looking to catch up with the Cannondale Vass Arabay team and be vying for a 5th spot on the today's stage, moving up the GC board.
And as soon as we hit the climbs here, I think once again we see that it could be Andre Frischknecht and Matt Beers that are just a little bit off the pace of the rest of the riders in this group. So maybe this could be a day for a team like Villiers Pirelli to once again take a stage win. I get the feeling that they're kind of riding with this group without being too aggressive or showing themselves at the front too much, just kind of being there and waiting for the finale. Or the question is if speed racing it really has a huge amount of matches to burn, and when it comes to the finale, well, they have the matches that is needed for the win.
They're certainly aggressive. They will be looking for a stage win. They haven't won a stage yet at the 2023 edition, so they'll be extra motivated, especially after disappointment from their tyre issues. But they seem to have come back very, very well from it. But if we do see the likes of Frischknecht and Matt Beers struggling, we see Frischknecht a bit of a dangerous gap forming there. Nino Schurter will need to look around very soon and to make sure his partner is nursed through this difficult time. There's not too many difficult moments after this section. They are reaching the 90-kilometer mark. Well, they have reached the 90-kilometer mark with 10 Ks to go already, so it'll be still lots to play for as they head into Oak Valley. Just a few ripples on the profile, and Andre Frischknecht is struggling. He is losing time. Nino Schurter has noticed, and he will be on hand. The very good teammate that he is, will be on hand to pull Andre Frischknecht back. And Andre Frischknecht very grateful for these sharp corners where he can just rocket to the back of his partner and just keep that gap in just in check. But he'll be hoping that there are no more of those hard efforts that will distance him and the group.
It's like just lighting the touch paper with Egger and Baum. As soon as the yellow jersey sort of disappears a little bit out of sight, they are off. And just coming out of that trail there, hammering away again, Egger and Baum.
It's all about sensing blood in the water at the right moment and picking that right moment. But they'll need to be careful not to burn too many matches, because also hunting for that stage win are Villiers Pirelli.
And eventually the flames were doused, but it didn't seem to bother them too. And they, it's just the way they ride. I don't even think they carry matches with them. I think they just have one that burns all day. And they just fire away all the time.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating how they're able to recover from, coming back again and again. And it's going to be interesting to see how much they have left in the tank when it comes to the finish line. I do, however, have a feeling that Villiers Pirelli could be and I'm pretty sure, they're waiting for the right moment to make their move. And yeah, we'll see if it will be another stage victory for them.
We just had a word with the route director, and he was citing the last half of the race, the very final 10 kilometers. And when we spoke about the Old Leopard Trail, the Raging Baboon single track section at the 92 kilometer mark, and that of course will present challenges, and it's all about that last climb. There is a final climb on farm roads, good surface. The length is about 1 kilometer. The gradient is 6%, but it goes up to 11%. This is a last little sting in the tail before they get to the hothouse effect descent, the single track section with berms and grooms. But that last climb, we'll see a final attack from the select group. We predicted that there might be a select group at that point in the race, and here we have it right now. It's all playing out. And let's keep our eye on that final climb, that 1 kilometer section of farm road.
Well, as a unit, the Absa Leert Speed Company pair together at the front, no more than a couple of inches between the two, back wheel of one and the front wheel of the other. Then got on the front at Baum, I think just behind him, and then Villiers Pirelli, Blevins, Beers, Rabensteiner, and then Schurter has gone back just to give Andre Frischknecht some comfort and security that he's not going to be left behind. He's brought him along, checking over his shoulder all the time, but he's out the saddle again. Frischknecht, he's clearly having a little bit of a battle today.
Just a bit of neutralization in that leading group. Albeit perhaps wanting somebody else to take charge and take the lead.
It's almost like they stopped dead still. Said, well, anyone else want to have a go? And Chris Blevins certainly wasn't going up there, and Schurter has gone, and Frischknecht is probably a little reluctantly saying, well, if you're going, I'll come with you. Let's see what we can do. No, he's there, and a little bit of a neutralization.
Speed Company Racing riding so well today. It's a telling sign that, you know, despite having a puncture and having to spend time fixing the puncture, they were able to catch up with this group. And it's not like they were just sitting in and waiting like, okay, you dictate, you do your thing, we'll just follow you. No, they went straight to the front, and yeah, I have a feel, yeah, they are good. They are very strong today.
Yeah, well, and that little move, that moment, that whatever it was, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, will be noticed by the teams and the management and those looking at the overall here and saying these guys, well, they were under a bit of pressure today. I had to make up time, and they made it up very impressively. And not just that, as Annika said, they've made it up and gone to the front and dictated the pace.
And they know if they have hopes on the GC, they have to put in time to Scott Schramm. And if they sense that Andre Frischknecht is suffering a little bit today, yeah, they have to keep pushing in order to open a gap to that team.
Lucas Baum on the front here for Orbea Liet Speed Company Racing as Nino Schurter, then Blevins, Frischknecht, Beers, Rabensteiner and Allemann. The rest of them head into the forest. More beautiful trails here. And closing in on the finish of stage 3 at this year's Absa Cape Epic. And it's looking like it's going to be another thriller as they bring it to the line.
And these are the single track sections we've been waiting for to just catch a rider's eye view of them heading through the wooded sections here. Not sure if we're going to have some signal from the Bulls Media e-bike. But we can see this is single track heaven for any of the any mountain biker in the world who would be itching to ride these trails.
Yeah, deep in that forest, yeah, the pace is high. There we go. We're briefly on board with our media e-bike. Stefan Salm and Thomas Dietsch with the Bulls e-bikes, keeping us in the picture when the signal allows, and that is obviously a critical factor. So bringing you clean images all the way through the day.
Now we have to bear in mind that after this single track section, it's quite a long single track section, around about 2 kilometers, and then there'll be that dreaded final kicker. I'm not sure, it doesn't look like much on the profile, and the riders they'll no doubt have the profile stickers on their stems, on their handlebars, so they'll be able to have an idea that there is a little sting in the tail, but it's not to be underestimated. It doesn't look like much on the profile, but it will play a decisive role when it comes to the final selection going into the finish in Oak Valley.
Oops, a little overshoot to the corner there by Egan Baum, and that allows 3 riders to sneak through ahead of them. Both Scott Schramm riders, and I think Blevins may have been there, or is it, I think it is Blevins. And so Egan Baum just off the back of this as they head back into the forest.
So we see Allemann really right on the back of this group. So the Willia Pirelli factory perhaps on the back foot when it comes into the single track section. And it's already at that point in the race, towards the end of the race, where positioning in that front group is really important if you want to have a shot at the overall, not the overall, but at the stage win. Overall seems more or less, they seem more or less content to stay together if the Willia Pirelli team have a lot to gain from staying in contact. But for a prestigious stage win, they'll need to position themselves a lot better in this group.
It could be that the most of the riders here in this group, they know about that dreaded 1K climb just before the finish line. And when it comes to that climb, my money is on Speed Company Racing, who is just so strong today. And then actually also Villiers Pirelli. I think a climb like that will suit them quite well.
It's a very good call. And notably because we've seen Matt Beers just dangling off the back, a little bit of an elastic stretch there. And certainly Andrew Frischknecht, we've seen a bit of a gap developing there. Alleman is on the back. So yes, the call for Orbia Liat Speed Company, they look like the team that are likely to be playing, to really maximizing that final selective climb.
Over one of the many purpose-built bridges on these trails. They are spectacular trails here in the Elgin Chabot Valley. Come and enjoy these. They really are a wonderful place to ride mountain bikes. A little bit of a gap there, but that I'm sure will close quickly. Beers is going to close it up. Looks behind him as again Egger and Baum starting to wind it up now on the flats.
And Andrew Frischknecht on the wheel, admirably so. He's not letting any daylight. He knows exactly what he has to do with Nino Schurter and close attendance. Nino Schurter, a very smart move to stay behind his teammate at this point. But Lucas Baum, absolutely full gas, knowing that there was a bit of a gap and knowing also that it's going to take a little bit of effort to close that gap for his rivals. And Alleman really on the back.
But look how well positioned Villiers Pirelli is. Matt will need to get back to the riders in front of him, and Villiers Pirelli know that, so they can just sit in and then really
take a free ride.
Yeah. So they're riding smart here, and I have a feeling it's all going to come down to that 1K steep climb, and that will really show the strength of the teams today.
Well, the heavyweights up front are throwing punches. Lucas Baum, Georg Egger, André Frischknecht, Nino Schurter. Those first four riders. And they all come back together again, and Lucas Baum slides back and Frischknecht goes to the front. 5 kilometers to go, and it is going to be these four teams are going to bring it to the finish, we feel, with that one decisive moment to come. The steep climb that could separate one from the others, or maybe two, depending on Gegger and Baum are going to go the way they've been going all the way through. And will it be Villiers Pirelli? Have they got enough in the tank? That's the finish.
Yeah, it's all about to explode now. It's some phenomenal racing that we are witnessing right here.
Just quickly recapping that top four. They're all together, of course, and then fifth place still going through the 90-kilometer checkpoint. Canadel Vass out of Bay, 1 minute and 35 down, holding firm in fifth. They are on their day of the week for them, no question about that. And now into the Oak Valley Trails. I think this is on the home territory, on the farm in which this stage will finish.
The area is characterized by those wooden bridges, those little steep sections, which are really fun to ride when you're on your own, but it can play a bit of a role in the group. It does, you could say, delay the riders because it's a really steep little section, and can cause a concertina effect, and it's the riders at the front just get a chance to punch it out of it and create a bit of a gap, which forces the others to chase. But still very compact, this group. There's very little daylight between the wheels of these front four teams. The Scots Ram team, Orbia Liat Speed Company, Toyota Specialized 91, Villiers Pirelli Factory.
It's very seldom in the Absa Cape Epic we have a long finish straight where you can have a big group, a bunch sprint. Today is traditional, quite windy, the trails, and then you hook onto the field. It's a short burst and then a sharp right into the finish. So it's about positioning here as well, getting into the right position if it does come down to these four teams. If we wait that climb, that may well separate one from the other here. Beers still just bringing now Rabensteiner says thanks very much for that, and I'll go and join Alleman, and it might be playing out now for Villiers Pirelli.
Yeah, Vilja Pirelli just really moving into position now. They don't want to be stuck at the back anymore. Positioning here is absolutely key, and yeah, so there's a big, it's a big distance between rider number 1 and rider number 8 in this group, and you want to be as far to the front as possible.
So we're still waiting for that final climb, that final sting in the tail. There's a bit of a flat section after that, and then they'll be into the single track section, the hothouse effect descent, and that's the section with some pretty spectacular berms. It's a well-groomed single track section, but most of the teams here, if they have their eye on the prize, on a stage win, they'll be looking to be alone through that single track section and create a bit of a gap on the selective last climb.
And you can sense that it's really heating up right now. Riding are just like battling for position. No one is really giving an inch. So yeah, it's all about to happen here now.
Yeah, there's a tension, isn't there? You can feel it's being wound up all the time, and at some stage it's going to explode. Someone, one of the teams maybe, is going to just can either make a mistake or get ahead.
Andrew Frischknecht on the front, just keeping the pace high, and also not just keeping the pace high, perhaps using a little bit of extra energy, but he's staying in the front. That's the most important thing.
And we can see now here, I think riders are actually on that final climb, that steep one. Unfortunately, we can't really see what's going on now, but it's clearly that riders were like battling for position up that climb.
Yeah, it's very forested there. Unfortunately, we're not able to bring you that signal, but this is the women's race, and there's no question that the leading women today, well, it's CM.com women's race. It looks like Sophia Gomez-Verfan and Katharina Nash are going well. We do not see the leaders' jerseys there. Now, here is another image of the climb in the men's race. The purple jerseys going to the front.
That's the move we were looking for. Lucas Baum and George Egger sense that they can take an advantage here, but they're still not creating the gap that's necessary for the springboard for the stage win.
Yeah, what will be enough once they get over here? And will it be enough to snap the elastic? Well, we can't see up there, but certainly was a quick image of the purple jerseys going to the front on that climb. There they are. Every effort being made by all these riders, and there's no question that Frischknecht looks as though he has burned a little too many matches. We saw him on the front a little bit earlier, and now he's gone to the back of this group, and Nino Schurter is going to have to guide him back. Meanwhile, it is Egger and Baum up there. Vilja Pirelli are up there, so are Specialized, so it's a work to be done here for Schurter and for Frischknecht.
But look at Matt Beers. He was actually able to follow the pace at the front and putting him and Chris in a comfortable position for the finish.
And he goes to the front. Blevins on the front, Beers, and then Egger and Baum. And at the back of this group, the Vilja Pirelli team, which is where they've spent much of the day. Allemann and Rabensteiner.
So it looks like we will have a 3-team sprint finish, but at the moment, Vilja Pirelli, they're not good positioned. They want to move closer to the front in order to have a chance here. And they're running out of track.
Yeah, we're getting very close to the finish here.
We just had a very good visual of the chasing team. Scottstram are on the back foot, but that gap is not big enough to really play a big role in the overall general classification. But the stage win looks like absolute urgency among the Orbea Liat Speed Company team and Vilja Pirelli factory in close attendance. And of course, yesterday's stage winners, Toyota Specialized 91.
It's all to play for now as we boil up to the conclusion of this dramatic stage. 3 is the 2-kilometer mark, so literally a run down to Oak Valley and the famous race village here. You can just catch a glimpse of those light-colored jerseys. They're about 4 seconds off the back of this group here as Nino Schurter nurses Andre Frischknecht, who's hurting today, back towards the group. And Egger and Baum were trying to breakaway on that climb, but Beers and Blevins were very wise and managed to stay with him.
Yeah, it seems like they have timed their efforts to perfection, but we're still waiting for that finish line sprint, and it looks like it's actually Matt Beers and Christopher Blevins who at the moment is best positioned for that sprint.
Nino Schurter dragging his partner Andrew Frischnick back to them. They'll be hoping for those little tight corners where that little concertina effect gives the chasers just a bit of an opportunity to catch up.
See, this is good tactics. So normally we see that within the specialized team, Chris Blevins is the stronger sprinter. If he can let Matt Beers drift off the front ever so slightly in a section where overtaking is not possible, well, and we know that Chris, he is a phenomenal sprinter, he can then battle it out with the rest, not having to worry about Matt, because Matt is already in front of him. So again, we see how how skilled the specialized team are when it comes to tactics.
Yeah, we saw them do it last year going to Elandskloof, and we saw them do it yesterday in a very canny tactical move, a little chat between the two on the road, and then they executed the move beautifully. Beers went up the road, Frischnick eventually went after him, and then Blevins sat on the wheel of Schurter and exploded away from him. Schurter just didn't have the firepower to hunt him down, and it was victory to Beers and Blevins yesterday. Who will it be today? Beers is up the road on this single track section, and it's Blevins who is second wheel now, so he's got himself ahead of Egger and Baum.
And you can rest assured that the riders behind Chris Blevins, they will be fuming. They know exactly what is going on. They will be so annoyed. And Matt Beers, up the road, doing what he does best, just this long, high sustained power. And Chris, yeah, we know that he's a phenomenal sprinter. So this is phenomenal tactics.
Phenomenal racing, and we see that Scottstram have regained contact with that front group. So the difficult moment that Andrew Frischnick had on that final kicker, that last climb, seems to be neutralized, and they are absolutely back in the mix. No threat to overall. Whether they contend the stage, that's another question. And it looks like the keenness of the Toyota Specialized 91 team. Beers up the road, Blevins tactical move, and they're coming into the finish line now.
Beers is on to the finish line. Here comes Chris Blevins at stage number 2 in a row for Beers and Blevins. Toyota Specialized 91 ahead of Egger and Baum, and then Willier Factory and the Scottstram yellow jerseys. A tactical masterclass again by the Toyota Specialized 91 team to take their second stage win in a row, third of the week, and delight in their camp for another very, very crafty piece of riding.
Yeah, they're just, they really outsmarted their rivals here at the final. Of course, they were also very strong. I was impressed with Matt Beers. I saw him fading a little bit throughout the stage, but when it mattered in the end, he was right where he needed to be.
He was conserving his energy perfectly. There was a few gaps, as you said, Annika, just a couple of gaps that were forming, but he knew exactly what he had to do, and all credit to the team. Perhaps really the big losers of the day were Speed Company, the Orbi Athlete Speed Company team. They should have been better positioned towards the end of the stage, but also another really good move from Nino Schurter to move back as quickly as he did to nurse his partner home, get him back in touch, get Andrew Frischnick back in touch with the leader group. Great morale boost for this team when they had a difficult moment, a couple of difficult moments in the stage, but the line honors belong very much to Matt Beers and Christopher Blevins.
Well, they might not have made a huge stride in terms of the top three, but they will have vaulted above Canyon Northwave, it seems, at this stage. And they've picked up another stage win when they had that bad first day, when Blevins had a problem with his stomach and cramps and so on. They afterwards said, well, we can go for stage wins, and there's still a long way to go, and they are doing everything they possibly can here, nipping away, taking the stages, taking seconds if it needs be, and others are having issues. Sooner or later they'll be right back in the mix here, but a phenomenal race by the pair of Toyota Specialized 91s, Matt Beers and Chris Blevins. Well, they are classy at the sprints.
and who are now riding for the second year in a row together. And you can see how big an advantage it is to have ridden together before. They really start to, sense each other on a different level.
And I mean, yesterday they had a chat together. It seems today there was very little opportunity for that, but instinctively they knew this is how it's going to operate. This is Beers is going to go, and Blevins did really well to get in front of Egger and Baum. Let's go down to the finish.
You obviously wanted a little birthday present there, and you worked really hard today. Tell us a bit about the early tactics in the stage.
Yeah, well, it was fast from the beginning. I think we tried to keep the pace high from the beginning. It was a lot of single trail, so it was important to fight for a good position. We had a little flat in the later half of the race, but we managed to catch up with the top group again, and then we were all for the win, of course, for the birthday of Georg. But yeah, unfortunately, it was a bit of an, I don't want to create some beef here, but I think it's a bit of a pussy tactic of Specialized, sitting on the back wheel the whole day, and then sending one guy in front of the trail, and the other one is braking or slowing down the pace so much that it's impossible to overtake them in the trail. They should beat us in fair and square in the upper section or in the sprint, but not like this. I don't like.
So there was a lot of racing tactics even from early on?
Yeah, sure. So we try to keep a bit more relaxed in the beginning to save some energy for the end. I think that worked out pretty well. I mean, the catch after a flat was not planned, so that cost a lot of energy, but I'm still happy with the performance. I mean, we were quite strong in the end, so it was nice.
Well, go and enjoy the rest of your birthday, and congratulations with second place today.
Thank you.
Well, as we alluded to in commentary there, they were not happy, were they?
No, not at all. You can see that's kind of the heat, of the racing, just emotions going out there. I mean, it's racing, and if they had been in the position with the same cards at hand as Specialized had, they would have played the same tactics for sure.
Well, yep, exactly. You play the hands as there, and you make it work. Becking and Diaz roll across the line, and they've had a better day than any time this week. They finish 4 minutes and 31 down. But in fifth place, Canada Vass Outer Bay. What a ride by them today. 2.5 down. Let's go back down to Jazz at the finish.
The stage win, you must be super happy with that.
Yeah. It's crazy to just be like getting these stage wins at the Epic, It's still 2 years ago, I wouldn't think it was possible, and then it's just escalated quickly. But super cool to come in and knowing where I'm going because of Wines to Wales and all that. So just that familiarity, and also from 2019, I knew exactly the kick that we were doing, so I could pace it pretty well, and paid off.
You talk about the pacing there was a lot of tactics early on, and the bunch, you guys broke away fairly early on and then kind of worked together, but it was pretty tactical. There was some road tactics going on and a lot of talking.
Yeah, it was, I think the route made it really hard. That climb after Hohook was just brutally rough, so you're having to think of, and that's right when the group behind us came back to us, so we had to fight for position for the whole second half of the race. And then, coming into the finish, it's just, the tactics are so fun and so much of a puzzle when you're with a partner. So I'm starting to really like them.
And tell me, you looked down once or twice to your back wheel. There was speculation that you may have had a slow puncture.
Yeah, I don't know where. I think I know when it happened. It was quite early on, or like in Quebec here somewhere. And I really started to feel it in the trees, like about 5 k's out. And I just knew, like, had Chris analyze it, let me know if it was good. He told me it was good, so I was like, all right, we just have to nurse the corners at the end here, and we played it out perfect. And this is what's important about stage racing: communication, and I think we've nailed that this Epic.
And tomorrow's time trial, how do you approach that? Do you sleep a little bit later? Do you change things?
We start at 7 again, don't we? Yeah, so I was hoping we'd start at like 10 a.m., but simple tomorrow. We just absolutely smash ourselves for 47K or whatever it is. So, we're getting used to that, doing that together, and you treat it like the prologue. You gotta kind of find your synergy together and know when to utilize the other person and when to go to the front yourself. So it may hurt the most for an hour and a half out there out of all the days, but I think we're ready for it. Thanks a lot, guys.
The stage winners are Chris Blevins and Matt Beers for the second day in a row. They also won the prologue, but they still have time to make up on the general classification. And that'll another great day. This is for the Costa Rican Carlos Arroyo and Luis Maya from Colombia. The Pedregal 7C economy team have come in 11th place. Their best day as well. Lots of celebrations. And this is, the attrition rate of the first 2 days. This is a different stage. And we're seeing some of the teams who haven't featured through the first couple of days put their heads up and say, here we are, we're in this race as well. Beers and Blevins winning the stage today, 4 hours, 7 minutes and 11 in that sprint with Egger and Baum, who clearly weren't delighted with the way the sprint was executed by Beers and Blevins. It's racing it by all accounts. Rabenstein and Alleman, William Pirelli factory also in the mix. Schurt and Frischnecht just ran out of puff towards the end. Schurt had to nurse him in, regain contact, but couldn't contest the sprint. And then Canada Vas Arabe 2.5 down. Becking and Diaz in the mix, 4.5 down. And Bass and Miller, who'd been aggressors early on, finishing 5 minutes adrift.
And that is the Absa Africa jersey wearers. And just notably, the Mbuko type Dev riders came through about 40 seconds afterwards in 10th spot. And it's still an interesting dynamic going on between them. But on the general classification, Schurt and Frischnecht, they came back from a bad moment in the race. They've still hung on, well, hardly hung on, they've still cemented their position as the leaders on overall general classification. Egger and Baum, 3 minutes 12 back. Rabenstein and Alleman, almost 5 minutes off that pace, and Beers and Blevins slowly moving back up again from 8th to 5th, and today up to 4th.
The time isn't they're not gaining huge amounts of time, and you can see the big gulf between 4th and 5th at this stage with the Canyon Northwave. They had 2 teams in that position. They had in 4th place Sevold and Stosek, and in 6th place Stutzman and Bakoc, and they clearly are riding together. And when last we checked, we're over 8 minutes down. So a big gulf there, and it has brought Samuel Poro and Vincenzo Nibali right into the top 5.
Impressive ride from the former road professional and now officially mountain biker. We don't want to put any labels on any of the riders, of course. Let's just call him.
That's what we do.
An incredible cyclist, overall incredible cyclist, increasing his portfolio of cycling abilities is Vincenzo Nibali, the winner of all 3 Grand Tours on the road and 2 monuments.
Well, again, delivering great drama in the elite race and the women's race, the CM.com women's race. This is the leading pair, and Amy Wakefield, Candice Lill on their own now. We caught a glimpse a little bit earlier of the leaders, what we thought were the leaders. I'm not entirely sure if they were. It was an isolated shot of Sophia Gomez-Vifan and Katharina Nash. Now they pass through the Paul Kluwer water point.
And we did predict that they were really riding well today, and clearly they are the leaders now on today's stage. They have broken away from the competitors, and it seems like they've picked the right moment to make the move. Of course, these 2 riders, they know this area, this trail quite well, this exact route, and so they knew how to time it. And yeah, we did hear that they would have to assess the stage and kind of see how they felt, and well, it's quite clear they're feeling good and they have made their move.
The E4.net Seattle Coffee Co. just to confirm, yes, they are in the lead. That shot we saw earlier of Nash and Gomez-Vifan was them at the back behind this pair. So here they come through the water point. So they're not too far off the pace.
65 seconds behind Sophia
Katharina Nash just leading through the water point there with Sophia Vifan just bottle in the teeth. But it's definitely a big move from Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield now. And the gap back to the 91 Songo Specialized team is around about 40, it's 49 seconds. We're going to say around about 50 seconds. It's 49 seconds. And no sign yet of the 3rd place team, Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt, at the previous time check, they were well over 2.5 minutes back, and we expect from the fierce pace that Amy Wakefield and Candice Lill have set that gap will have extended.
Yes, and most importantly, you know, now that all the top 3 teams are kind of like on their own, it's harder to feel how your competitors are going. So gaps can grow even more, or they can come back without you having the same, you know, sense of feeling about it. But this team clearly here is going quite well, and we caught a glimpse of them just looking over the shoulders to see what sort of gap they have on Sofia and Katarina.
We heard Matt Pierce talking about how he enjoyed riding this because he knows the trails, he knows the finishes, and that's exactly the case here with Lill and Wakefield. These are trails they know well. They've had success on these trails, so they'll be feeling good. Not you know, for many reasons, but that as well.
It'll be familiar, and they'll also know the trails. They know all exactly how to measure their efforts. And Sofia Villafan, certainly not Katarina Nash. Villafan has ridden this race before, but she has not ridden into Oak Valley yet. The last time we were here at Oak Valley, in fact, was 2019, and it was certainly going to play into the hands of the all-South African pairing.
Well, what a lead they have, and what a ride both of them have put in here. But if you were to look for a team dynamic that has worked unbelievably well under real pressure, this has been a perfect example of it. They really have. They've had their problems, and perhaps more so than any other, with that serious crash or gash on Amy Wakefield's arm, and perhaps momentarily thought of that's the end of our race. To be composed enough, to be confident enough as they share a bottle there to just say, right, we're okay, we can do this, and get it all together again.
Yeah, it's quite phenomenal what these 2 women here with the show that they're putting on, and I'm quite impressed with Amy Wakefield. Having to go all that trauma on your body, I cannot imagine how it must feel. And you know, then there's not only the trauma, but then there's like the aftermath, having to deal with, of course, there's added attention, increasing attention about her, the whole story, her journey, and she has to, you know, reply to all this constantly. And well, on top of all of that, she has to recover from a massive injury, the cut in her arm, and she has to go out and race her bike day in, day out. It's phenomenal.
Right, let's, as we keep an eye on this pair riding in towards the finish here, let's go down to the finish and hear from another South African team.
Alex, better than yesterday. You were in the front group for a long time and did quite a lot of work up there.
Yeah, I think today was, I think it was my tough day. I was feeling good until about 64 kilometers at the top of the pass just before the water point, but then after the water point, the rough technical climb, I really started to feel the legs there, and yeah, I just had to save a little bit for the last bit, but yeah, hopefully the tough day or my bad day behind me, and yeah, hopefully it'll be better next day.
But safe in red in the Absa African, you must be happy with that?
Yeah, I think we've still got quite a buffer with that. But yeah, we still want that spectacular stage result. So yeah, there's a few more opportunities. But I think today went better than yesterday, so that's good. I think there's progress.
And tomorrow's time trial, how do you approach that?
I think the guys, the cross-country guys, I think that it'll suit them really well. So I think we'll do it a bit conservatively, try to just maintain our position, and then try something maybe in the last few days. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. We'll let you guys get cleaned up and go and relax.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Basin Miller, Namibian Alex Miller. Up on a farm, quite a remote farm in Namibia, built a track and a trail around there during COVID and used that to train on. Went on to win a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games. And he and Phil Base working nicely as Paiga Eurosteel. Meanwhile, working incredibly well as E4.net, Seattle Coffee Co., Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield.
They're being tracked here by the helicopter. It would be good to get a bit of a wider view on them, see what that gap looks like behind. And the chasing pairing of Katarina Nash in the foreground and setting the pace in front, Sofia Villafana.
Yeah, Sofia feeling, looks like from here, the stronger of the two of them, and she can go to the front and set a nice pace and kind of let Nash draft on her wheel on these more open, fast sections.
Sofia Villafana has had a successful gravel campaign in the United States, racing most of her program is taken up by gravel racing, so she will be at home in these trails, in these flat sections, although certainly no slouch on the single track. And Katarina Nash, a serious seasoned campaigner on the World Cup scene as well, so good matching from this pair. But there is that ever-growing gap to the riders out front. The eFortnet Seattle Coffee Company pairing of Amy Wakefield, Candice Lill, they were on a good day. They put their defensive tactics of yesterday, they've been put that aside, and they're racing aggressively today for sure.
Yeah, but this is a good pairing here between Katarina and Sofia. They are actually former teammates on the no longer existing Cliff Bar team, sorry. And now they're racing here together on specialized bikes. And Sofia, she's been part of a program within the specialized company for gravel racing. Sofia has been previously, she had her main focus on the cross-country World Cup scene, and but it looks like with these new disciplines kind of popping up, especially gravel growing more and more, it opens up opportunities for riders to make it a professional career in more like alternative disciplines. So she has slightly shifted away from cross-country racing a little bit and focusing more on gravel races. So it's cool to see that you know, it's always changing. Cycling is changing, and new opportunities are opening up.
Cyclists.
Cyclists.
That's what we are.
Yes.
Two wheels, it just depends on the bars, really. What's the shape of the bars, or the surface of the trails.
And there we put it. We can't even do that. We just ride bikes.
We ride bikes, exactly.
And these two are riding bikes beautifully well. Amy Wakefield also started as sort of focusing on cross country, but decided that she did the cross country at Kutzenberger home one in 2018, and then decided marathon would be her thing. Some great success there. She's won Wines to Wales, she's won La Leyenda, she's won the Cape Pioneer. So she's had some great success. But as you heard at the start of the day, saying this is a career-defining week for her right now. If the race were to stop right now, this would be the pinnacle of her career just at the moment, which is fantastic, absolutely superb. Candice Lill is going to spend much of the year riding on the cross-country circuit, but she is the marathon champion and another who crosses all the different disciplines equally well. Good to see them riding in harmony here, and Amy just needing to be careful still. There's no question that the stitches she has, the injury she has, will have to be nursed all the way to the finish.
True, but they're riding in the absolute perfect situation right now, because they can dictate their own pace. They don't have to follow the moves of the competitors. They can really set into a nice rhythm with a nice high speed. It's really ideal for them, and a dangerous move, because they already are leading on the overall GC, and it looks like today they can actually extend that lead.
That overall general classification lead that they have over the 91 Sondro Specialized team is 5 minutes and 24 seconds at the start of the day. And as Annika, you said, that lead looks to be extending. And just to keep an eye on the third team, there are really three teams in contention at the moment. Efficient Infinity Insurers, Kim LaCourt and Vera Lorza. At the start of the day, 10 minutes and 40 seconds down. But at that last time check, the pairing, the Mauritian and the Namibian, are 6 minutes and 35 seconds down, so losing further time to the front two teams.
We rode last year with Ariane Luti in this race and finished in 5th place. Sadly, Ariane no longer riding at this level, and no longer riding, but looking after the Pump for Peace team, which is a team taking part in this race. They've got a men's team riding here, Tumelo Marke and Martin Malo, and they're going quite nicely, but Ariane's different focus now, off the bike, but still very much involved with the sport.
And passing on her considerable knowledge as a 5-time winner, twice in the mixed and 3 times in the women's category. Lots of intelligence from the racing, certainly from all of the campaigns that she's been involved in at the Absa Cape Epic.
So these two are rolling very, very well indeed. Just a reminder, tomorrow morning with the time trial, we are live an hour earlier than our regular slot, so just make note of that. 7:30 Central African time, but an hour earlier wherever you are in the world than our normal start, because we have a dramatic time trial tomorrow, 47 kilometers around testing terrain, lots of single track, short, sharp climbs. It'll be a real blast for the riders tomorrow. 875 meters over 47 Ks.
Yeah, so it's definitely not gonna be an easier day. I remember last time I did a time trial at the Cape Epic. I think it was also in the middle of the week, and my mind needed a little bit of a rest. So I almost approach it a little bit as a rest day, just because of of the shorter distance. But I was wrong, and just not having the same focus and not being as focused as you normally are, it's easy to make mistakes. And I remember ending sliding out on a corner and crashing just because I was simply just not focused enough. So tomorrow will require full focus for all the riders here.
Yeah, as you heard Chris Blevins say, it's probably going to be the hardest day of all of them, because it's the race of truth, as they call it on the road. There's nowhere to hide, and he's an hour and a half of just absolute flat box racing.
Absolutely, it's going to hurt the most, as they say, but the pain is entirely self-inflicted, because riders will set their own pace, but they will also be looking very closely at that clock and the overall general classification.
Flying towards Oak Valley are our overall race leader, the CM.com women's UCI category. It is Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield. Combination they've ridden together before, but weren't due to ride together this year. It's a story that is just growing with every day they put in performances like this, and all the drama that has affected them. That just adds to the color of the story. Really fantastic performance. And two riders who clearly get on well and understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, not only on the bike but emotionally, and that's just as important in an event like this. Mill just sitting on the front and keeping a steady tempo, and Wakefield measuring her every pedal stroke.
Yeah, and the more you ride yourself together as a team, the less you actually have to speak while being out there, because you learn to read each other, the body language, the moves, the everything, and so you know exactly how your partner is feeling, and sometimes not a lot of words are needed.
We were speaking earlier about riding this event in the greater picture of the year, if you're riding a World Cup circuit. Batten speaks about how her first experience here was last year, winning the race, and it changed her mindset in terms of training and preparation, and pushing boundaries and goals, and realizing what her body could do, because this race does measure all. It does measure that beyond virtually any training effort.
It's true, and I think for a lot of the riders who normally focus mostly on cross-country racing, it's a little bit of an eye-opener. If you prepare well for this race and make sure you recover well on the backside of everything, you can have one of the best seasons of your life, because it just builds your endurance to be so strong.
There they are, that little token that as we've virtually flying above Groenlandberg, which these riders will greet in a couple of days' time. It lurks menacingly up above, presiding over Oak Valley. That will return the Grand Dame of the Absa Cape Epic. They'll head up into virtually the lower slopes and then flow down towards Oak Valley. How long did you take to recover? What would you do after your races ahead of the World Cups?
Well, first of all, I would fly back home to Denmark, and you're so tired after a race like this, and also emotionally, it's almost like an emptiness. And for me, I just wanted to get back home, into my own rhythm as soon as possible, because when the race is over here, it's not like well, I never, felt like going on safaris and have vacation. I just wanted to get back home and and kind of absorb and reflect on the whole thing, because it's so intense, this whole thing. And of course, you'll take some time off the bike. It's important to recover well from this effort, because it is a lot of hours on the bike. So it's a fine balance of taking time off the bike, but also keeping the body going just a little bit in order for it to remember, oh yeah, I have to recover and stuff like that. So it's a fine balance, and you can kind of feel it. But in the first week after the Cape Epic, I wouldn't ride much. Maybe a few rides of a few hours, and just very low intensity.
And then into your first World Cup, you were strong.
Yeah, that has happened on several occasions.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think that's just how my body works. And I always like, for me, this was the perfect kind of final preparation before the World Cup season.
I mean, and as you say, everyone's different, and everyone has a different approaches to it, a different body, how their bodies react. But it does. Whoops! See the cameraman just about getting in the way of the rider, making his way up there as Amy and Candice bend to the task of this climb, and Amy just hanging a little bit back there. Candice very cautious to keep an eye and keep contact and make sure she's all right. You feel that maybe Amy is starting to feel it a bit here.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think she's just really managing her effort. Of course, this whole injury is just such a huge impact on her body, and you can see, looks like Candice is actually helping her with taking on some fluids here. It could be that actually Candice at this moment is carrying the most weight on the bike, so Amy would ride with a rather empty bottle, and yeah, Candice would carry the most fluids.
And minimizing any work Amy has to do with her left arm. That stitched bicep. We go to the podium here in Oak Valley for the men's elite race, and here they are, the top three today. In third place, the wonderful pair from the William Pirelli factory, Fabian Rabensteiner, the European champion from Italy, and Belgium's former champion Wout Alleman alongside him. In second place, Sorbet-led Speed Company, Georgega and Lucas Baum. The men in the defending champion position. But they are being put under pressure this week without any question about it. And winning the stage for Toyota Specialized 91. For the second day in a row, third time this week, Chris Blevins and South African marathon champion Matt Beers. The sprint finish, well executed. And they claw back confidence and time on the general classification as they make their way back, perhaps into the top three. That remains to be seen. They've still got work to do to get there, but this will certainly give them another boost of confidence.
Indeed, and absent from the podium are Scott SRAM. They were in close contention for that sprint finish, but they were happy just to let the others sprint it out, because the bigger prize, the bigger picture for them is the Chivita yellow jerseys, the leaders' jerseys. In fact, we are about to see them step onto the podium now, resplendent in those jerseys, and just another day ticked off, and another step closer to Val de Vie.
Nino Schurter needed a little helping hand to get onto the top step. When has that ever been required? Here we go, Henry Frischnecht and Nino Schurter smiling, the leaders in the yellow jerseys, Scott SRAM, MTB, as they continue to be the preeminent team in the race. But yeah, there's still a lot of racing to be done. Time trial tomorrow, and then the Queen stage. Building up beautifully, back with our leading women's team, Candice Hill and Amy Wakefield, constantly looking over her shoulder. Candice just making sure Amy's there and all safe and sound. They had a lead of about 50 seconds over the combination of Sophia Gomez-Viefan and Katharina Nash at the last checkpoint. So that's not by any stretch of the imagination comfortable, because anything can still happen here, but the way they've been riding, you feel they should be able to secure the stage win here.
Yeah, now they're on the trails, and these two women here, they know these trails quite well, so there will not be a lot of surprises here for them. That will make for them to go really fast and be very efficient in these trails. Just, you know, also the mental, the feeling, okay, I've been here before, I know this trail really well. Maybe they had some really good races here, you know, there's a lot of good memories on these trails, making them go really fast and be flying down these trails. On the other hand, Amy, she does have this injury on her left arm, and we do know that when things get too bumpy and she has to hold on tight to a handlebar, that it's a little bit sore and painful for her. So maybe she cannot go to her potential down these trails. We know that Katarina and Sofia behind them they're quite good when it comes to navigating trails. So it's hard to tell which team will be faster on this final stretch to the finish line.
Just having a little bit of difficulty getting clear pictures from our helicopter. We'll return as soon as we do. Remember, we're in the mountains here, there are trees, there are all manner of issues that can impact our signal, but here we go. We're back with Candice and Amy. Yeah, every bump she was talking about, she feels in that left bicep. Heavily stitched and bandaged securely. There'll be a story to tell for many, many years to come. The remarkable bravery, courage and determination shown by Amy Wakefield, and the cooperation, support, understanding from Candice Lill. They're managed by Candice's husband Darren, and he spoke about the concern first and foremost for Amy and her health and her best, what was in her best interests. Of course, as a rider, Amy no doubt was saying, I'm going to carry on riding, but medical attention and medical expertise was needed to make sure that that was all right. And, she was back on the bike after 4 hours sleep at Stone Hospital. So remember, this is, of course, the pinnacle of the Epic Series Global Mountain Biking, the Absa Cape Epic. One of those events is the Four Islands, Croatia. Absolutely astonishing journey on a mountain bike. Some incredible trails around the islands of Croatia. And you can win an entry by subscribing on www.epic-series.com. Sign up and get in line to try and win yourselves an entry to this beautiful journey and be part of the Epic Series Global Mountain Bike. And the other events, Andorra Epic and, of course, the Spa Specific. And iconic races in iconic mountain biking regions. In fact, the Croatian race, we've seen some of the pictures of the event starting on a boat, which is quite a unique thing. And that's not the only unique thing. Riding in 4 different islands, as the name says, and truly unique experience in terms of mountain biking. Well, the local inhabitants, a troop of baboons in the mountains here, just scampering and scurrying below the helicopter. So this is the trail up the Hohook Pass, the Cut Pass. There'll be riders strewn all along this pass, making their way up towards Hohook. And you heard, I think, Chris Blevins saying how tough the climb was after the Hohook, that rough single track where Nino Schurter put down a bit of power there. And the pass is tough, but that section, I think, is even tougher. And it took a few prisoners. So we're back on board now with Amy and Candice, our race leaders for e4.net Seattle Coffee Company. Yes, they'll be reaching the finish pretty soon. Within the next 20 or 30 minutes or so, we should expect them at the finish. Be checking on those time checks. Certainly saw at the 86-kilometer mark that we saw a significant gap back to the 3rd place on overall general classification and on the stage at almost it's a 10-minute 40 gap on overall GC, and at that 86-kilometer mark, the team of Vera Lorza and Kim LaCourte were 6 minutes 35 down
Only 49 seconds off the pace where 91 Songo Specialized. And judging by the pace that Candice Law is setting here, that gap looks set to grow.
She's setting a pace that is perhaps growing that gap, but just manageable enough, importantly, for Amy Wakefield to be comfortable enough. You know, just that image from behind on the, I think we're with our media e-bike here, might be one of the motorbikes. It is, I think, one of the motorbikes that you could get a little perspective on the bandage around Amy's left bicep. There's no question it's fairly bulky and bandaged there to secure the wound that's been stitched up. Now we're with our Bills Media e-bike, Isla Stowe, and the 91 Songo Specialized pair, Katarina Nash and Sofia Gomez-Viefan in second place on the stage. And perhaps this is a decisive, could be a decisive moment in the week-long race. There is a lot of racing to be done. Yes, we know that, and we keep saying that. But this is a very, very significant time in this race.
Yeah, and it's quite clear that Katarina Nash indeed is suffering here. Sophia is trying to do everything she can to help her through the stage. Clearly she's feeling a little bit better than Nash, and she can just give Nash a push every now and then.
This part of the world is renowned for its A-frames, just as that the riders have gone over, and all around it assists riders getting from paddock to paddock, field to field, orchard to orchard, or farm to farm, and they really do make riding a joy in the Elgert Grabo Valley, Oak Valley, Paul Kluwer, and so many other trails that the riders get to enjoy here. Yeah, the race itself overall is taking on a clear picture now. 5-minute lead, nearly 6-minute lead going into the day. Yes, you feel that the leaders had a significant advantage, but seeing now how they've ridden away from Nash and Gomez-Viefan is a suggestion that they really now are in serious control of this race. Time trial and Queen Stage to come. That's the beauty of the Absa Cape Epic. We still know that so much can change there.
Well, there's still 4 days to go. There's a lot can change, a lot can happen. There can be mechanicals, there can be there can be physical issues, there can be illness, and just to get as much time as they can now while they can is certainly a good move. Like you were saying earlier on, if you are strong, if you are feeling good, now's the time to get an advantage, grab the opportunity with both hands. I just saw the Katarina Nash. She's we spoke about her a little bit earlier. She's a highly versatile, not just a cyclist. She's a highly versatile athlete. She's competed at both the Summer and the Winter Olympics in her long career. She's even raced at enduro events on the mountain bike. So she's a highly skilled rider as well. And she's aiming to put this title on her palmares, but she won't be. She's hoping to be one of the Czech winners in the history books. She won't be the first though. Kohlhavi won in 2013, and Christian Heineck won in 2014. So, well, a good lineage of Czech riders. We have some Czech riders in the field. We have Martin Stozek from the Czech Republic too. We are following the world's best riders through this section of single track.
Stefkova and Krahulkova in the women's race as well from the Czech. So, yeah, bumped into Christian Heineck a little while earlier. He's working with the Canon Northwave team, and of course, I said, like all you former riders, you come here and you get the feel and the vibe, and yes, you've been there and you've done it, and he's won it and you've won it, and you want to ride, and somewhere along the line you do still feel like, I'd like to be part of it again. He said, he says at this day and age I definitely wouldn't be anywhere near where we were then, but still loves to be part of the event. It has a magical allure about it, whether you're riding, whether you're assisting teams working on it, be it the mechanics, so wherever it is, it's got a magical allure to it.
You see in the front, it's still Candice Lill seems to be taking up the lion's share of the work. Amy Wakefield very happy to stay on her wheel, stay in the draft, and conserve energy. We've already got one box ticked. That's what they think. They've got one box ticked, which means that they can cope, or that injury of her arm can cope with one full day stage. as proved yesterday. But today it's all about managing the recovery from that. Injuries have a habit of lasting more than just one day.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an unknown factor here. If you know, if there will be a dip in her physical well-being on day 2, 3, maybe 4 after the injury. I think up until this point she's been racing on adrenaline. You know, the adrenaline has just been going, and you know, eventually you will come down, and if it'll be through out the race on one of these stages, or if it will be afterwards, we'll have to see. But for now, she's going super strong, and it's quite impressive, you know, to recover from this injury.
And following yesterday's conservative approach, which worked perfectly for them, today was a little more aggressive, and they've had the opportunity to take the lead and to move into the lead and go a little bit harder. So that's another little test that's being passed by this pair. So slowly but surely, it seems the rehabilitation is going around, going at the best possible pace, the best possible way right now for Amy Wakefield and Candice Lill.
The arm injury theme has been a recurring one because Wakefield was initially due to ride with partner Irina Lütschel-Schwab, but she received recently the news that the Swiss rider injured her arm in a stage race and got infected, and she couldn't continue. She couldn't even travel. So she had to then talk to Candice Lill, who had actually initially withdrawn from the race with her erstwhile and you could say traditional partner Mariska Strauss also withdrew from the race due to medical condition. And Wakefield and Lill, it's not a new combination. They paired up in 2018, which is 5 years ago, of course, and they in fact won the inaugural Absa Africa women's jersey, so they've won some prizes between them already.
Yeah, but this one will be particularly sweet, won't it? They do have the African jersey as well in their virtual possession. It's not being worn by them. We do hear that the second team are just on the far side of the dam there now as Lill and Wakefield. Well, this is if you know these trails and if you've ridden the Wines to Wales event, it is a section that you feel, well, we're home now. We've still got a bit of work to do, but it's a beautiful trail through the oak trees here. You're on Oak Valley's lands. There'll be energy, there'll be a positive feel, there'll be a smile in their hearts, if you like, as they come down towards the finish here for Amy Wakefield and Candice Lill as they cruise down these trails. They are absolutely beautiful, and these two have ridden near perfect race today.
Perfect tactics, perfect effort. They've measured their efforts perfectly, and that smile that you're talking about, Gerald, will be an even bigger smile if they were to have the time checks that we have, be able to see where the other team, the chasing team, 91 Songa Specialized, are on the trail, and Sophia Gomez Villafana and Katerina Nash are 2 minutes and 16 seconds back off the leading team, Efortnet, Seattle Coffee Company, Wakefield and Lill.
That's a significant gap, and as we were saying a little earlier, that this really does add to their overall lead and to their confidence and their belief that their dreams could come true later in this week.
Definitely. It seems it's more and more that everything is going in the right direction. And, you know, for every stage that is passing by, you know, the closer they get to the ultimate goal.
Last few turns, they've not got long to go now for Amy Wakefield and Candice Lill in the lead of this stage 3 at the Absa Cape Epic. They really are putting everything together in the most composed and a confident way. Really wonderful to see from the South African pair. You know, we talk like this, but as anyone who's ever ridden a mountain bike will know, things come out of nowhere and can happen, as Amy Wakefield will verify for you graphically, and we've illustrated on our coverage with her hitting a tree a couple of days ago. So they will be mindful of all those issues. So every pedal stroke they move ahead, every minute, every second they gain will be gratefully accepted and building on their overall lead.
Yesterday and today so far, let's not speak too soon, but yesterday and today have been the most incident-free days that Amy Wakefield has had for a very long time. She had some health issues leading up to the race, right up until the Thursday or the Friday before the race. She had a crash on the prologue. She fell on one of the corners on the last section of the single track, losing a little bit of time, but still maintaining, still getting up quickly and keeping that third place on the stage, and third place overall, of course, the prologue being the day one of the Absa Cape Epic. Now we get to the steep, the last final kicker, the section that was so selective in the men's category, and we thought would play a bigger role. In fact, the teams did manage to get fatigue still playing a role, but this will be all about measuring their efforts and just keeping a consistent effort through this. They are in the driver's seat in the overall race and of course on the stage today.
They truly are, and they have the privilege of not having to race a team close up this really steep final climb. They can really just take their time. They know they have a good gap. They will be able to look over their shoulders on this steep climb. There's good visual contact to teams behind them, and when they look back over their shoulders, they see no one at the moment, and that is quite encouraging.
Again, just going back to, I know it's been going for many years now, but the women's only race. There's no other teams interfering or involved. They interfered intentionally, but they have their own field, their own race to ride here, which does showcase their brilliance and their skills and give them the opportunity to do their absolute best, which is exactly what Lil and Wakefield are doing here.
There's no outside dynamics affecting the race, and all it is just skill and power at the moment as they head to the top of this selective last little kicker, and soon they'll be hitting the hot house effect descent, the groomed single track. They'll be railing those berms on their way into Oak Valley.
Singing hard, I'm sure, for both Candice Hill and Amy Wakefield, as Nash and Gomez Viafan now in second place. They were 2 minutes and 16 seconds back at the 90-kilometer mark, 10 k's from home, and they are turning now and heading in towards the finish of well, to the climb. Long climb it is in terms of where it comes in the race. It's not a long by standards elsewhere in the race, but in terms of where this comes in the stage, as we observed in the men, it could have been decisive. And for the women, well, it's the race, the stage seems to have been settled a while ago. Now for Gomez, Viafan and Nash, it's just to manage to try and mitigate their time loss. I can tell you that Kim Lecourt and Vera Loza of Efficient Infinity Insure have just gone through that last time check at 90 kilometers, 7 minutes and 56 seconds down on the Wakefield and Candice Hill. So they won yesterday's stage, the women wearing the African leaders jerseys, although they're not the leaders in that category. These two women are Amy Wakefield and Candice Hill, but they wear the CM.com orange leaders jerseys in preference to that because it is the preeminent jersey in this category. Steady as you like, Candice Hill and Amy Wakefield. They've done the climb, and they are putting the finishing touches to another superb day, a classy day from them, as Neil talked about earlier. They've had their travails with Amy's crash on that last berm, or last section of berms, the Estes berms at Murendal. The time trial cost them some time. Don't think it cost them the stage win necessarily, but they lost a little bit of time, but I don't think it has made a major impact on them. What has made an impact on them is the way they've ridden since then. And not just the way they've ridden, the way they've composed themselves, their mental approach to this race. There's been no panic, there's been no carry on. They've just got on with the job despite the issues that they've had, and particularly Amy has had in getting over the operation or the surgery that she had a couple of days ago.
Yes, an incident-free day today. Hopefully they'll be able to put all of those travails behind them. And the 2022 South African Marathon Champion, the one-time African Continental Champion. She's been the winner of the Wines to Wales in 2019. And just some trivia, she's also the two-time single-speed world champion, Amy Wakefield. And Candice Hill, also a highly decorated rider, both locally and internationally. She's bronze medaled at the Commonwealth Games and she is the current South African marathon champion, as you can see from the colors on her shirt. Multiple XCO champion too, and continental champion too as well, and 5-time finisher of the Absa Cape Epic. Second in 2022, second in 2021, second in 2019, and the winner of stages 3 and 5 in 2019, winners 2-time stage winner in 2022. No doubt, of course, 2018, let's not forget that she won the Absa Africa jersey, riding with Amy Wakefield. Good duo, back together again after 5 years, and heading into Oak Valley. By now, they'll be hearing the announcer's voice on the microphone. They'll hear the crowds cheering, anticipating the arrival of this fantastic team and a great story at the Absa Cape Epic on 2023.
Absolutely. They made different journeys to this level of the sport. Candice was a star as a young rider. Candice Neertling from KwaZulu-Natal, and she managed to win a bronze medal at the World Championships as a junior in cross-country racing, and there was great hope that she would go to the very highest level at cross-country racing, but it didn't quite work out that way. It took her a long time to find the sweet spot where she belonged as a racer, and she's now a cross-country racer predominantly, but she is now able to combine the cross-country skills and their strength with some superb marathon racing and road racing, and now combining all of that with Amy Wakefield, who only really started in the sport late teens. She's a hairdresser by trade, but she hasn't done that for a long while. She's focused on her racing, and my word, it's paying off now for Amy Wakefield together with Candice Lill.
And in contrast to Amy Wakefield, Candice Lill, you could say her career started at 3 with some trivia for the fans out there. She challenged her dad to a bike ride, not a race, at 3 years old, and rode 22 kilometers. So sport's been a part of her life for a very long time, and it's showing now when she's at her absolute physical peak and perfectly poised for another stage win at the Absa Cape Epic. And Amy Wakefield looking to get her second stage win.
Yep, it's a great performance by this pair, the E4.net pair at Seattle Coffee Co. As they can now hear the announcers at the finish line. They can hear the music, no doubt, the apple orchards being harvested right now. Labour just watching as they turn the last few corners out of the saddle, energized by the thought of crossing the line again as the race leaders overall and the stage leaders as well, Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield. They'll know this finish so well, over that little bridge and onto the lawns here at the Oak Valley Country Club. They'll roll onto the green grass, take the last corner and swing into the finish arch. It is Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield, stage winners on stage number 3. They are the overall leaders, and they have done so in the most emphatic fashion today on this stage that has taken them from Hermanus to Oak Valley here. A race of the highest order. Glory for Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield.
You just see the bond between the two of them is getting stronger every day. They were friends before, and they're going to be having achieved what they've achieved. Imagine the bond that they're forming now, and immense admiration both sides of each other. Fantastic performance today, cemented with that incredible cohesion that they've got going. Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield take another stage.
Well, they just under 5 hours. Yesterday was over 5.5 hours of racing. There's an attrition rate that we don't get to see necessarily. They will now have to recover and prepare for that very tough time trial around Oak Valley. This is the second place team on the trails, closing in on Oak Valley as well. When last we checked, they were over 2.25 minutes, nearly 2.25 minutes down. Nash and Gomez Viafan 2:16 down. and they are closing in. That the overall is slipping away for the first time. We haven't said that in a long, long time for the specialized team. The 91 Songo specialized team have been so dominant in the women's race at the Absa Cape Epic over the last number of years. Now it is starting to, that legacy is starting to creak. Let's go quickly down to the finish line.
Candace and Amy, what a performance. Did you expect this to happen today?
Yeah, I think we looked at the route this morning or last night and thought today's the day we can make some more time if we're feeling good because of the terrain and just, yeah, we know this area quite well. So yeah, we just made use of the opportunities that were presented.
That's always a good tactics. How are you feeling today and how are you feeling now?
I'm very grateful to have such a phenomenal partner. I did go through some dark places, but yeah, Candace is just unbelievable. She took care of me so well today. So yeah, a bit tired, but the arm's good. Like, the arm wasn't that sore actually. Like, that's old news now.
Racing is more sore.
Yeah, it really is.
And where did you get away? What happened? Did you attack?
We did. I think around 60 or 70 Ks again. We sensed that the specialized girls were going a little bit slow on the single track, and we had to we'll find a gap to get past, and once we did, we just put the hammer down. They actually caught back up to us after that, but then we snapped the elastic again.
Well done.
Congrats.
Thanks, Annika.
Amy Wakefield and Candace Lill, as you heard, a little bit of an attack, and they were able to get away from Sofia Gomez-Villafan and Katarina Nash, and they have just rolled into the finish at Oak Valley, 2 minutes and 57 seconds down.
They lost around about 40 odd seconds between the last time check and this one, the last 10K. So still a good effort from Sofia Gomez-Villafana and Katarina Nash. Gomez-Villafana clearly looking after Katarina Nash, who seemed to be struggling a little bit, needed a bit of a push. Yes, having to take a seat, not just aiming to get some fluids in as soon as possible. It's clear that the strains of the day were showing, but a big congrats. Very good bond that seem to have formed. Talk about that bond a lot, but they've got a really good communication style, and they're becoming firm friends over the 8 days that they're going to be spending together. But Katarina Nash, the experienced campaigner, not quite on the form needed to defend that CM.com orange jersey on stage one, despite the fact that Amy Wakefield had those travails, being impaled by that stick going around the corner and injuring herself. It's still Katarina Nash not able to defend that jersey, to hold it until the as would be expected of her. Gerald, you've talked about the winningest team in at the Absa Cape Epic is the Specialized Factory Racing team in the women's category, and there are chinks in that armor right now.
There are, those certainly, and the chinks have been carved out by this Wakefield-Lill combination. I think that stage one performance, well, it will go into legend. It really will be something that I think we'll talk about a lot more in years to come. The race is happening now, so there are things happening, as Amy Wakefield said there. The arm's fine, that's old news now. It may be, but at the end of the race we will still talk about that day, and in a few years' time we'll still be talking about that day, because it really has been quite extraordinary performance by her. As the team still roll into the finish line here at Oak Valley. A day of attrition today, a transition day, as we move from the beautiful Hermanus to the equally beautiful but very different Elgin-Grabo Valley, apple growing, orange, at least wine producing area, and just a most beautiful terrain to ride mountain bikes as well.
And attracting riders from all over the world. We just saw Maxime Denon and Benjamin Chavas coming through here from France, team 1993. And just a little bit ahead of them were an Austrian and Czech pair, Lucas Kaufmann and Milan Damek. So attracting So international field, not only in the pro categories, the UCI pro categories, but also among some of the amateurs too.
That's the cut pass up the old Ho-Hook pass. Beautiful old pass, seldom ridden or driven actually. Ridden once a year by 3 groups of riders in the Wines to Wales, and this year in the Absa Cape Epic, and occasionally by riders preparing or just doing touring down this beautiful pass. And then the trail that links that to the old Ho-Hook Hotel, which is the hotel in this part of the world, in fact in South Africa, with the oldest alcohol license dating back over 170 years. Let's go down to the finish line and hear from, I think, 91 Soccer
Katarina
Specialized.
and Sophia fresh off the finish line. Talk me through today. What happened out there?
Another long stage, and those guys just timed a perfect little attack on the top of the second, third, fifth, one of the climbs, and yeah, they just kind of punched it over the top, and I couldn't hang in there today, but it's nice to have a strong teammate like Sophia who just kind of like pushed through it, and we got back for a little bit, but as soon as the next climb started, I was just pretty much done again. So tough day, but stoked about second place still, yeah.
And Sophia, do you think it's an advantage to have been here before and have done the race before?
I mean, yes, because you kind of know how savage the races are every year, you know. I think all the girls that were racing have a minimum of 4 epics. You know, I have 2. My first one, I did it solo. So really, it only gets better. Like, once you do it by yourself once, you really embrace the misery loves company, you know. But yeah, the biggest thing is like all these trails and all these networks, like all the girls that we're racing with race these all the time, and we're just sending it blind. So, you know, to be able to put the effort like we did today on a descent that we have no clue what's coming, and they know these trails like the back of the hand. So, you know, it just shows how tactically strong we are, and that we can really ride our bikes, you know, and we're just getting nipped on the climbs, but yeah, it's still super close.
And tomorrow we have a time trial. How will you approach that one?
I'm just trying not to think about it right now. I need like 5 hours recovery, and then I'll prepare, check out the profile, and make a plan. So.
And Sophia, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Every year I've come, it's something different. Each prologue has been different. This year they add a midweek TT, and you know, I heard it starts backwards, so you know, we'll go second. So yeah, I'm probably gonna put a bigger chain ring on, and yeah, it's not over till the finish line tomorrow.
Well, all the best of luck, and rest up nicely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that is Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Katarina Nash. As we reflect back on the stage today, starting at beautiful Hermanus for the last time after 2 full days there. The third start there saw the red jerseys of the Absa African leaders, Philip Bass and Alex Miller, very prominent early on at the sharp end there as they rode up Rotary Drive with beautiful views over Walker Bay and the sun rising on this huge peloton of UCI Elite men, the biggest UCI Elite field we've had in the 18-year, now 19-year history of the Absa Cape Epic, and they have brought racing at the highest order. World champion and 2-time winner Nino Schurter and his partner Henri Frischnecht was involved in that group, but it was a big group early on, and Julia Pirelli were there, as were Gail Gega and Lucas Baum, and they were all hammering it out. The Canyon North Wave were in the picture early on. These were very, very early forays up the trails on their way around Carvaderskraal. Canyon North Waves, Andreas Seerwald and his partner Martin Storsik. Even the Bulls were there, Martin Schneller and Urs Huber, making their presence felt for one of the few times during this week's race. The gravel road through Carvaderskraal saw, not for the first time this week, the pair of Orbea Liet Speed Company putting the pace on the front. Fabian Rabensteiner was there with Bart Allemann, Julia Pirelli, stage winners already this week, but it was clear at times that Allemann sitting on the back of this group through the dusty, dry and harsh terrain, and the climbing started to take its toll. It thinned out the group, and the pace on the front, still being dictated this time by Lucas Baum. Phil Bass and Alex Miller, well, they were today sensing an opportunity on trails they know well. As locals, they thought maybe they could have a go at winning the stage today, and they gave it the best shot early on. But once the power started to be laid down by Scott SRAM, MTB, Nino Schurter and Henri Frischneck, it started to string it out, and it came down to a select few. Lucas Baum, George Egger, as well as Beers and Blevin. Still there were the Absa African jersey wearers, but they were starting to take strain, as was Henri Frischneck there. A little bit of a burst up front by Egger and Baum, who have been perennial aggressors in this race, and it was Nino Schurter who went up the road with them and just sat on their wheels to say, you're not going to get rid of us that easily, and so it proved. Miller went down momentarily. Very quick recovery from the Namibian. Must have hit a protruding root or rock, and went down in a clatter of dust, but managed to recover well. On the cut pass, it was the climb out of Botrafi that saw the group splinter and then come back together again. Egger and Baum had made the initial attack up here. Schurter was prominent there, but slowly but surely the group behind was closing in on them, and that group contained the likes of two Canyon Northwave teams, as well as Buff Megamo were in there. They've been absentees from much of the action up front early on. Into Hohuka crash here as Egger and Baum stopped at the feeding station before the UCI feeding station. Nino Schurter went down, having went into the back of Baum. He was expecting them to ride through to this position. It didn't happen. No real damage done, except to his pride, no doubt. And he was back on the bike in a flash as they went away on the charge up for the climb. This is where the race really started to take a different complexion. The group was quite big at this stage. As I said, they'd merged the chase group and the lead group. But as the climbs got steeper and steeper at T-Corp, so the group thinned out. Ravensteiner was good. Alleman was good. There was a problem for Egger and Baum with a puncture. A slow puncture, it seemed. They managed to put a CO2 bomb on it. They didn't have to plug it. They lost time, and then they had to turn on the afterburners to close them down. It was a phenomenal show of power and a pace and determination to regain contact. That's how much commitment they'd put in. A little bit of a washout on taking the corner, cutting the corner, trying to maximize their opportunities there. Overshooting was Wout Alleman on a descent. Again, no damage done except a few riders getting ahead of him. But he was able to get back on the bike quickly enough. And no sooner had they regained contact with that group than Lucas Baum went to the front in a show of power and strength to say, well, we have expended energy getting back here. Yes, we did. It did cost us a bit, but their marauding charge up front again, overshooting a corner, not for the first time that has happened to them, and allowing the Scott SRAM pair to go ahead. Ultimately, though, it was a canny little attack from Beers and Blevins from the Toyota Specialized 91 team, who took the stage win ahead of a slightly aggrieved Egger and Baum, the way it was executed. And in third place, secure once again, Nino Schurter and Henri Frischneck in the Scott SRAM team as the race leaders. South Africa's champion in the marathon, Matt Beers and Chris Blevins, take the stage win, but still in yellow, it is Nino Schurter and Henri Frischneck to once again for Scott SRAM. The women's race headed off with the race leaders, the CM.com jerseys on the backs of Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield. Just under 6 minutes behind them, Sophia Gomez-Viefan and Katharina Nash of 91 Songo Specialized, with yesterday's stage winners wearing the red jerseys, not the Absa African jersey leaders though, in Candice, at least Vera Lossa and Kim LeCourt, but they have them on loan from Lill and Wakefield, and those three teams soon separated themselves from the rest of the group. Nash and Gomez-Viefan tried to manage the pace early on as the three teams stretched away from the bunch, as eventually it was Lill and Wakefield who started to feel stronger and stronger. Lill's injury now, as she put it, post-ride is history, and they are feeling very, very strong. On the climbs, they sat back initially. They sensed that there was an opportunity for them today, but they were aware that Nash and Gomez Viefan were going to try and manage the pace as best as they possibly could, because they suspected that with Lil and Wakefield's knowledge of the trails today, that the leaders would pounce and use that opportunity to get away. And they soon went to the front and managed to start dictating the pace. On the climbs, though, it started to stretch out between the leaders and the rest of the field. Still with him, though, were Losa and Lecourt, the ladies in red. As they rounded the dams, the three still together. And going into this stage, I can tell you that the Efficient Infinity ensured 10 minutes down. So they still had hopes of maybe eating into the nearly 5 minutes that 91 Songo Specialized were ahead of them, and the opportunity soon evaporated on those climbs leading into the cut pass, because that is where they started to lose ground, Kim Lecourt and Vera Losa. And with that, their hopes of taking time out of Gomez Viefan and Nash were gone, as that pair tried to stay with Amy Wakefield and Candice Lil, but it was clear right here that Katharina Nash was not on the same level as her partner Sophia Gomez Viefan, and that this pair, Lecourt and Losa, were going to have to manage their efforts today and take the losses and try and ensure that those losses weren't too severe. Onto the cut pass, Lil and her partner Wakefield in charge up front. Lecourt and Losa were managing their losses behind. A long drag it was up the cut pass, but I think by this stage Lil and Wakefield were aware that they had this race. It was theirs to basically lose or win today. And Neil Gardner, I mean, they were in charge today.
Absolutely in charge. It looked like the race was starting to really take shape at this point, and you know, with the two teams really up the road, really looking dominant, it was started to look ominous for the pairing of Villafana and Katerina Nash, because it's clear that the injuries of Amy Wakefield are very much behind them, and they'll be having their back. They would have had at this stage in the back of their minds the time that Amy Wakefield and Candice Lil put into them on stage one. A dramatic day out, and clearly the on form Lil and Wakefield, having targeted the Absa Cape Epic for their seasons. They weren't necessarily going to ride together right up until the last minute, the last week in fact, but this pairing is tried and tested already, and just showing that they have the superior firepower, creating a bit of a gap, and again Katerina Nash just struggling to lead. A bit of a push required from Sophia Villafana to keep to try and minimize that damage, with the pair of Wakefield and Lil having flown up the road.
Yes, they were able to put in an attack on the climb, although Gomez Viefan and Nash managed to close the gap the next time the road went uphill, so they got away again, Lil and Wakefield. Their confidence growing, and just overshooting a corner.
That's what happens when you push just a bit harder to try and, you know that on the climbs you might not have the firepower, but you try and take a few risks on the descent just to try and minimize that damage. And Sophia Villafana just having looks like she was reaching down to take something out of her drivetrain. Unclear exactly what the case was, but not ideal having to ride at over 20 kilometers an hour and having to make repairs at speed.
Don't try that at home. Going up the climbs, there was no question now that Candice Lil and Amy Wakefield had this stage in their hands. They'd opened a gap of over 2 minutes by this time, and well, they were building on their overall lead at the start of the day, which was around about over 5.5 minutes, and they were in control, and Candice Lil being the ultimate partner and ensuring that her teammate was able to eat and drink at her leisure and at her comfort, and they rode onto the field at Oak Valley to secure another stage win, the second of the week, and solidify their holds on the CM.com leaders jerseys, and rolling onto the field some 2 minutes, nearly 3 minutes back were Sofia Gomez-Viefan and Katrina Nash of the 91 Songo specialized team. 2 hours 57 minutes and 8 minutes and 41 seconds after the leaders had come home. It was Efficient Infinity Insure, Kim Lecourt and Vera Lossa, smiling as they always do as they roll across the line. Stage winners yesterday, 3rd place today, and another solid day by the women wearing the red jerseys in Lecourt and Lossa. So that's the stage result, just under 5 hours of racing. It's a really, really tough race this, the Absa Cape Epic. 5.5 hours yesterday for the leading women, and all that builds up and adds to the fatigue in the body, and it is only come stages 7 and 8 really where the real effect of that will take hold. Gomez-Viefan 2 minutes and 57 seconds back with Nash in second, and Lecourt and Lossa 8:42 down after stage 3, or on stage 3. General classification sees Gomez-Viefan now 8 minutes and 21 seconds behind Wakefield and Lille, with Lecourt and Lossa 19:22 down. Wakefield and Lille, that appears to be a comfortable lead at this stage after 4 days of racing, 3 marathon stages and a prologue. Time trial tomorrow, really hard time trial, and then the Queen stage, which takes them from this Oak Valley start to Lawrenceford. That lies in wait, as does the Groenlandberg mountain. So there's plenty of pitfalls and opportunities for teams here at the Absa Cape Epic to either capitalize on weaknesses or build on leads. So that's where we are after 3 days or 3 big stages in the Absa Cape Epic, 4 days of racing here at beautiful Oak Valley on a glorious day in the Absa Cape Epic. Perfect weather conditions it has been.
Trying to fight to get Exaro jersey, but now we are lying on 3rd place. But we still have days to fight. I did 2 epics for now. When I finish this one, I will be Mabubezi.
One of our Apex riders is the very sharp end of the field, our best amateurs.
So the plan today was just to ride comfortably, and then if there was a way to run away and extend the lead, and just do so. And yeah, we saw the second guys that couldn't keep up on the first 5 kilometers, and then we took that as an advantage.
On the last quarter of the race, we just put in a little bit of pressure to them, and then they couldn't keep up with us, and then we just go and see how is it going to end in the end. So yeah, we actually rode well today according to the plan.
Yeah, so we're competing for the Exaro jersey, which is a great opportunity for us guys coming from disadvantaged backgrounds.
If you follow on the steps of the mentor, then it means you are on the right path. So I was like, okay, let me do it, because my mentor, they had a very good history of the Exaro jersey. So we're just trying to repeat the history itself.
So the plan today was just to ride.
Well, the Absa Cape Epic is not just about, it is the pinnacle of the Epic Series. As timeously we can welcome in the leaders in the Exaro category, rolling into the finish, completing another excellent day. The pair from the Exaro R&B team, in fact, no, they were not the leaders. Obvious Karombi and William Majapola, they were at one stage the leaders, not any longer. I don't think they are. Yeah, William Majapola and Obvious Karombi. Did they may have won today's stage. I'm not sure. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That may see some changes there. But Zola Dakeni and Nkasa, Nontlanta Nkasa, I think they have already finished. So in fact, they still have that position. But yeah, global mountain biking, the Epic Series, and this the pinnacle event of those. And we have, I think, 41 riders who are bidding to become Epic Legends at this year's event, riding 3 of the Epic Series events. We come to the podium presentation in the CM.com women's stage today. Efficient Infinity Insure, the champion of Mauritius. Kim McCourt, the champion of Namibia. Vera Losa, that's Vera. And they are in 3rd place. 2nd today on the stage, Katharina Nash, Sophia Gomez Viefan of 91 Songo Specialized. Took victory in the prologue, but since then it has been a story that will be written about for many, many years to come and talked about, because this pair of Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield, E4.net, Seattle Coffee Co., won the stage today. And they have written themselves into potentially South African mountain biking history books and epic legend status for sure.
For sure, Gerald. The performance of the 2 athletes on the top step of the podium has been none other than remarkable. Not just a pure athletic point of view, but also just what they've overcome to get to that point. And we look forward to see how the we've talked about the backloaded Absa Cape Epic. There are still some very hard stages to come. We've got the time trial tomorrow, so it's only, what we could say only, it's 47 kilometers and less potential to lose time if they are having a bad day. The CM.com leaders jersey wearers, Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield, commanding position right now in the overall general classification. There's still some big days to come.
Yes, absolutely. There's still so much that can unfold here in the race overall. But stepping up in the orange, it is Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield. What a week they are having. Another day in orange for this pair. They'd never before worn the orange jerseys, but they do today once again, and they'll take it into the prologue as well. The leading pair from E4.net, Seattle Coffee Co., who lead by a comfortable margin, I think about 8 minutes over Sophia Gomez Viefan and Katharina Nash, and comfortable even more so to the 3rd place team, Vera Losa and her partner Kim McCourt. There we go, confirmation of all this. We'll give it to you now on the general classification. So how do you see this going, Neil?
Well, Schurter and Frischknecht look certainly the pair that they're dominant because by default they're in yellow. Egger and Baum at 3 minutes 12 down. They are pretty evenly matched on the trails. We saw some difficulty from Frischknecht, but Schurter was right on hand to bring him back. So any weakness that they're showing, they're addressing immediately and nipping it in the bud. And with Beers and Blevins and Ravenstein and Alleman, Egger and Baum unable to capitalize on any weaknesses shown. Ravenstein and Alleman, they are enjoying that 3rd spot, but Beers and Blevins are moving up the leaderboard. It'll be a bit stickier. They won't move up quite so fast tomorrow. They've still got the big task of unshipping Ravensteiner if they want a chance of standing in Val d'Avie on the podium and having their name in lights. There's still significant time, and considering that Ravensteiner and Alleman are matching them pedal stroke for pedal stroke, certainly today, the Beers and Blevins have a hard task ahead of them. Seewald and Stozek are the big losers of the day, and on overall GC they are well back, over 17 minutes back.
Yeah, in the amateur men's category, Mitch Docker and Ian Boswell have consolidated their lead, 13 minutes over Oliver Munich and Rogan Smart of Signal Racing, and Craig Uriah and Mike Posthumus And his coach they're doing a great job here. Craig Ugie rides with Andrew Divenage. Unfortunately, he couldn't commit this year, but he's found an able replacement. Mike Posthumus is super strong. Restonic pair leading by 23 minutes over Carl Platt and his partner, the Legend Bulls Mondraker pair. Gond and Fisnar, who led after 2 days, are an hour and 1 minute back.
Good company, Ryan Posthumus with the 5-time winner Carl Platt in second place.
Basin Miller continued to lead the Absa African men's jersey standings by 11.5 minutes from Marco Hubert and Peter de Toy. So there's been a change there because Arno de Toy and Keegan Bontekoning were second going into today's stage, but there's clearly been a change in that race. So dynamics are changing all the while.
Well, Hubert and de Toy had a really fantastic day out. They were only about 30 seconds behind Base and Miller on the stage. Base and Miller, in fact, were riding in that very front group. Just got distance with Miller having a bad moment. We saw him crash into one of the bushes lining the trail, but looking dominant in that Absa African men's jersey standings, the red jersey from Chia Vita.
Yeah, de Toy and Joubert won it last year. Phil Base didn't race last year, but he's back with a vengeance this year for sure for Paiga Eurostil and a bright young partner in Alex Miller, the Namibian champion. So that'll be a category we'll like to keep an eye on, and we will do throughout. Remember, we will be with you a little bit earlier on the Prologue Day, stage number 4, as we tick them off. Today is the 4th day, tomorrow is the 5th day, but it's stage 4, a 47-kilometer time trial tomorrow, 825 meters of climbing, a seriously tough a burst of speed required by all those riders. 7:30 tomorrow morning we'll be with you for that time trial around the beautiful trails of Oak Valley and Paul Kluwer here. 7:30 till around about 11. That's an hour earlier than your normal time that you join us. Thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage of today's stage. It really has been another fascinating day's racing across both categories, with both the overall leaders cementing their places in the yellow jersey, Scott Stram, MTB, and in the CM.com orange jersey, E4.net, Seattle Coffee Co. are the dominant teams. We'll have highlights for you wherever your channels are. You'll find that later on today and live again tomorrow morning an hour earlier. From Neil Gardner, Annika Langfall, from Thomas Ditch, and from Stefan Sam, and from Isla Stowe out on the trails. Join us again tomorrow. Cheers. The 19th edition of the Absa Cape Epic is in full swing. Traversing the Western Cape of South Africa, this 8-day stage race attracts the best riders in the world. With prestige like no other, Olympic champions, world champions, national title holders all gun for victory at the Tour de France of mountain biking. The Cape Epic must be ridden in pairs and is open to pros, amateurs, men and women. This year there are 724 teams from 55 nations. To win this event is an accolade like no other, and for the amateurs, just to finish is a reward. This is the race that measures all. Today is stage 2, and it's a glorious loop out of the whale-watching town of Hermanus. At 116 kilometers, it's the longest of this year's Cape Epic. The riders will be treated to a rounded mountain biking experience from long grinding climbs to hair-raising downhills and technically demanding single tracks. The key factor today will be the Western Cape wind, along with the dust that will come into play on the latter undulating trails. Willia Perello, Fabian Rabensteiner and Wout Allemann are currently in third after their Stage 1 victory. Defending Absa Cape Epic champions, an all-German pair, Orbea Liet Speed Company of Georg Egger and Lucas Baum, are in second. After yesterday's Stage 1, the leaders' jerseys went to Scott SRAM MTB Racing of Nino Schurter and André Frischnecht. The start gun goes at 7 a.m. We see that Egger and Baum are on a mission again today, going straight to the front. Current overall leaders, Schurter and Frischnecht in yellow, will try to manage the race today and monitor every move made. As the lead group hit the 45-kilometer mark, it's the crux of the day, known as Skin and Bones Climb. The 7 top teams have set a blistering pace and are not letting up. They jostle for position into the dual and single track. In yellow, leaders Scott SRAM maintain their position with a close eye on Orbea Liet. At 63 kilometers, it's the second big climb of the day, known as Stairway. At the sharp end of the race, the field is separated by just a few seconds. Scott SRAM MTB Racing, Orbea Liet Speed Company, Willia Perello Factory and Toyota Specialized 91 are sticking together like glue, just waiting for a hint of weakness before striking. The backside of Stairway is treacherous, almost 10 kilometers of downhill. Nino Schurter in yellow controls the race and experiences some of the local wildlife. By 80 kilometers, Rabenstein and Allemann fall back to the chase group with Canyon Northwave MTB's Andreas Seewald and Martin Stosek. Schurter and Frischnecht from Scott SRAM MTB Racing and Toyota Specialized 91 with Beers and Blevins are increasing the pace. Orbea Liet Speed Company of Egger and Baum cannot follow and are on the back foot. The German pair are losing important time and are desperately on the chase of the leading group to limit the damage. The race is decided in the last kilometers between the Swiss pair and the South African-American duo. Scott SRAM set the pace and both teams look at each other to fight it out for Stage 2's win. Beers and Blevins take a minute to plan the attack and put it into action. Beers is not the strongest sprinter in the team, so he heads down the road first and leaves his short-track world champion partner Blevins to battle it out with Schurter and Frischnecht. Blevins times his attack to perfection, and Toyota Specialized 91 take the win of Stage 2 with a brilliant tactical final kilometer. Team Scott SRAM MTB finish 15 seconds behind in second. Orbea Liet Speed Company, Egger and Baum secure third place in 4 hours 23 minutes and 5 seconds, 2 minutes and 33 seconds behind the winners. Egger and Baum celebrate their third consecutive podium finish, but they lose some important time on the GC. Schurter and Frischnecht finish in second today. Beers and Blevins take the win on Stage 2 after winning the prologue, but having a bad day on Stage 1. Schurter and Frischnecht managed to extend their overall lead to 3 minutes and 15 seconds over Egger and Baum. They'll again start tomorrow's Stage 3 in yellow. The UCI women's teams are on the start line and ready to tackle the longest stage of the race. Currently in third overall, Team Efficient Infinity Insure, Kim Lecourt and Vera Losa. In second are prologue winners Sofia Gomez-Villafan and Katharina Nash of 91 Songo Specialized. And the overall leaders eFort.net, Seattle Coffee Co., Candice Lill and Amy Wakefield. Wakefield had a bad crash on Stage 1 and has stitches in her left bicep. She'll see how the arm holds up. The top 3 teams on GC dominate the women's race from the very beginning. Wakefield and Lill, Gomez-Villafan and Nash, Lecourt and Losa are all oozing aspiration, awaiting their time to strike. At the first long climb of the day, they all realize it's going to be a game of patience that'll win the day. There are risks aplenty in this rugged Paardenberg region, and the stairway climb and descent is no exception. None of the teams are showing signs of weakness. The action starts to happen with a scent of victory in the air. As they return to Hermanus, it's Losso who makes an unplanned move. She launches a break down the road in the hope that teammate Lecourt will be able to sprint through the rest of the pack. It sticks, and Efficient Infinity Insure take their first win in the Absa Cape Epic. Just 4 seconds behind Gomez Viefan and Nash, and in third the overall leaders, Lille and Wakefield. On the stage podium, in third, E4.net Seattle Coffee Co. Candice Lille and Amy Wakefield. In second, Sophia Gomez Viefan and Katarina Nash of 91 Songo Specialized. And Team Efficient Infinity Insure, Kim Lecourt and Vera Lossa take home their first ever Absa Cape Epic stage win. Still in the overall lead, the South African pair of Candice Lille and Amy Wakefield. They'll start stage 3 in orange.
Now, if you're a bike geek, the Absa Cape Epic is always something interesting and new to see. It's a race of innovation, and innovative tech always seems to arrive at the start of the race, and we're most likely to see it at the Specialized tent. So let's go and have a look. Just as we thought, here's something really special. Looks like a custom painted S-Works Epic Evo. Now, the next thing we have to do is find the rider. So we found the owner of the bike, and it's Paul Manier. And Paul's going to tell us a little bit about this bike. Let's talk about the frame. Paul, this looks like it's a standard 2023 S-Works Epic Evo,
yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, exact. It's the 2023 Epic Evo in X large size. We can see the beautiful painture for Specialized, especially for the team. So it's matched really good with the kit of the team and also the kit we have with Sozer, my partner for the race.
There's one thing that I really wanted to hear a little bit more about is this beautiful paint job.
So this paint job was done in Italy in a special house, and it's only for the team, and yes.
And I believe it was designed in Morgan Hill in the headquarters, is that right?
Yeah, exact.
Oh, wow. So a big thanks to Paul Manier from 91 Songo Specialized. All the best for the next half of the race, and we look forward to seeing your beautiful pink bike on camera.
Thank you so much, and let's race.
trying to fight to get Exaro jersey, but now we are lying on 3rd place. But we still have days to fight. I did 2 epics for now. When I finish this one, I will be Mapupezi.
One of our Apex riders into the very sharp end of the field, our best amateurs.
So the plan today was just to ride comfortably, and then like if there was a way to run away and extend the lead, and just do so. And yeah, we saw the second guys that couldn't keep up on the first 5 kilometers, and then like we took that as an advantage.
On the last quarter of the race, we just put in a little bit of pressure to them, and then they couldn't keep up with us, and then we just go and see how is it going to end in the end. So yeah, we actually rode well today according to the plan.
Yeah, so we're competing for the Exaro jersey, which is a great opportunity for us guys coming from disadvantaged backgrounds.
If you follow like on the steps of the mentor, then it means you are on the right path. So I was like, okay, let me do it, because my mentor, they had like a very good history of the Exaro jersey. So we're just trying to repeat the history itself.